Going live, going live, going live, going. Mic check, 1, 2. We are live. Purpose Summit Podcast in the building. Double tap, hit the like button, everybody. Purpose Summit Podcast in the building, going live. Let's go, everybody. Let's go. Welcome to the live chat, everybody. Remember to guard your privacy and abide by our community guidelines. Once again, welcome to the live chat. Remember to guard your privacy and abide by our community guidelines. Welcome. Double tap, hit the like button as you come in. Welcome to the Perfect Timing Podcast Fire Show today. Fire show today. Just really excited. We starting off in Virginia. Starting off with some sad news. We going to Virginia first. And then we talk about Trump and the success of the blockade. I was right. Trump was right. We was right. Double tap at the like button as you come on in the Perfect Summit Podcast. You know what it is, man. Trump news. Giving Democrats the boo blows. Giving Democrats the boo. Where we at right now? But we starting the show off. With a welcome. Welcome to everybody. Thank you, everybody, as you come in, man. We starting the show off in Virginia, man. We got breaking news. Justin Fairfax in Virginia Lieutenant Governor. Double tap at the like button. Virginia's Lieutenant Governor. Yeah, man, very sad story right now coming to you live from Virginia. Double tap at the like button. Let everybody know. Let everybody know what we doing right now. Double tap, hit the like button. How's everybody doing, man, on this? What is this Thursday evening? Shout out to all of y'all. On this Thursday evening. Double tap at the like button. Trump blockade. What we got? We then turned around 14 ships. I got a couple shorts out. I was the first one to break the news Monday morning. Double tap at the like button. Thank y'all, everybody. I was the first one to break the news Monday morning about the blockade. We got the blockade happening right now, and it's a success. Double tap at the like button. It's a success. We got ships being blocked right now, and we got 14 ships being turned around, and we got over 100. I reported 100. It's actually 170 ships. Now, I can report 170 ships on their way to the Gulf of America. Double tap at the like. But don't that sound good when we report it? Don't that sound just absolutely magnificent when we report it? The Gulf of America. I love the way it sounds. I know you love the way it sounds. Gulf of America is open for business. The Straits of Hormuz is shut down. We coming to you live right now from Virginia with a tragic story. Virginia Lieutenant Governor Justin Fairfax unalives himself and his wife. I was going to go to Virginia anyway. Monday we talked about Virginia. Spanberger is in the news. She just gave away all 13 Electoral College votes. I can't make this up. I wish the Democrats all the time talk about, did you get what you voted for? Now, this is what Zarani, Mondani to Morani. Everything, Gavin Newsom, there are no more oil refineries in California. Finally, people are waking up to the tragedy that is California, the tragedy that is New York, and the tragedy that has befell Virginia. Now, brand new governor, she ain't even been governor for 5 minutes. She hasn't been governor 5 minutes, giving herself a raise, increased dog taxes. She had to walk back the dog tax bill. Did you guys know that Virginia in 2021 had a $7 minimum wage? Minimum wage just went up. And then she signs this bill, effectively giving away the Electoral College votes of Virginia. Your Democratic governor, your Democratic queen, your Democratic leader, as we get into the conversation, we're going to have a conversation this morning. So that's why you see us in the background in Virginia right now. There's a lot going on in Virginia with Spanberger. I mean, she can't stay out of the news because she can't stop stepping in dog doo-doo. That's why she wants to tax you for walking your dog. That's why she wants to tax you when your dog takes a doo-doo. She wants to tax you when you go to the dry cleaner. She want to tax you just for talking a walk. But now she wants to give herself, we got triple salaries in Virginia. And now you don't even have a vote. Now, you know how people don't vote. Your vote doesn't count. But now in Virginia, thanks to Democrats, now isn't it ironic? Feels like a 90s. Shout out to my Gen X. Double tap for the Gen X. Feels like a 90s song. Isn't it ironic that the Democrats, who are supposed to be for liberal, supposed to be for minorities, are the ones who have been the ones taking your rights in New York, locking down New York? I never heard of a lockdown. New Yorkers have been dealing with snow, and Zerani Mondani is not a native to America. Maybe that's why he locked down New York during the snowstorm. I don't know. It's never been discussed. But all of a sudden, you get a Democrat mayor, a Democrat socialist governor, and then you get New York locked down. You get a governor in Virginia, and then you lose your 13 electoral votes. It's not a lot of electoral votes. If you look at Florida, where I'm from, in California, it's not a lot of votes. So Virginia, you didn't have a lot of votes to begin with. You got 13 electoral college votes. So the law says no matter what Virginia voted, if Virginia voted blue or Virginia voted red, the brand new law says that they would go with whoever is the popular vote. And now we have the lieutenant governor. The lieutenant governor in Virginia was accused of sexual, how do we say on YouTube? The lieutenant governor of Virginia was accused of SA. He potentially could have been the governor, but he was Me Too'd. I don't know how you want to say it. Time's up, Me Too'd. He could have been the governor of Virginia, but he suffered accusations of SA. Then he stayed on as lieutenant governor. And just today, we have reports of lieutenant governor in Virginia unaliving himself, his wife, while his teenage children were at home. I'm going to play the 911 call, and the 911 call is the son. The son had to call the police. We're in Virginia right now. Lieutenant Governor Justin Fairfax unalives himself and wife while teenage children are at home. The teenage son finds the body and is forced to call 911. Double tap at the like button. You're watching the Perfect Timing Podcast, Evening News Edition, breaking news right now.
They are doing continuous coverage on this right now. We want to head over and listen in live.
To statewide office in the Commonwealth of Virginia. That was a big feat. Before him, it was Doug Wilder, and after him, it was Winsome Earl Sears. But certainly that was big news, and big news that as the lieutenant governor, he was next in line to possibly become governor.
Correct.
If indeed Governor Northam had chosen to resign after that blackface photo controversy, ultimately Governor Northam decided not to resign, and he was able to weather that storm. But during all of that was when the news came out of two different women who had accused Justin Fairfax of sexual assault, one while he was at Duke University and the other while he was at a Democratic National Convention.
They are doing continuous coverage on this right now.
So that is the background that we're talking about right now. So again, this is Justin Fairfax, Lieutenant Governor. Justin, before we let's get some more. Let's get some more background before we go to the 911 call. Before we go to the 911 call, let's get some more background as to what took place in Virginia. This is the family. Very sad today. We're coming to you live from Virginia. Lieutenant Governor, one of the second black almost one of the first black governors. He was the second African American to ever be lieutenant governor, right? He unalived himself today and unalived his wife while at home with their two teenage children. The two teenage children were forced to call the paramedics in 911. What we're understanding today, you guys, is that they were going through a tenuous divorce. Now, what I am reporting to you is that the lieutenant governor suffered accusations which kept him from being governor. I just played the video. He almost became governor, but he had two individuals accuse him of SA in his office. He was able to weather the storm. He was not prosecuted. And as a matter of fact, as you can see, he stayed on as lieutenant governor. But what we are reporting today is that his wife wanted a divorce, and this is how it transpired. We're going to get more details. Pay attention, double tap, hit the like button. You're watching Perfect Timing Podcast, breaking news, late night edition. Justin Fairfax, Lieutenant Governor of Virginia, unalives himself and wife while teenage children at home.
Here to confirm the identity of our shooter in this murder-suicide that happened several hours ago as former Lieutenant Governor Justin Fairfax. Former Lieutenant Governor Justin Fairfax shot and killed his wife inside of their home and then shot and killed himself. I think you have the rest of the details that Captain Cosgriff gave earlier this morning. So I'm just going to pause right here and answer any of your questions to the best of my ability right now. I can just tell you, then I'll go to Drew first, that this has been an ongoing domestic dispute surrounding what seems to be a complicated or messy divorce. So, Drew.
And Chief, that was going to be my question. Can you elaborate on what the investigation has revealed about the status of their marriage? Of course, the kids are what everybody's thinking about, I think, too, in this as well.
So far, what we know is probably what you all know, and I don't think it's a secret that there's been a divorce proceedings that have been ongoing. From what I understand at this early stage, former Lieutenant Governor Fairfax was recently served some paperwork associated with an upcoming court proceeding that apparently led to this incident last night. Both of their children, teenagers, the boys older than the girl, were in the house when it happened.
Wow.
So that's horrible news for the family.
Horrible.
A traumatic event for those children to live through. But we know that it all kind of culminated last night when Justin Fairfax shot several times and killed his wife, ran to a different part of the home, and then killed himself with the same firearm.
Wow, ladies and gentlemen, this is today. This is today coming to you live. As I prepare for my show today, we're talking about the Straits of Hormuz, the successful close of the Straits of Hormuz. But as I prepare for my show today, I came across this breaking news. This is right now developing now. Lieutenant Governor of Virginia, where Spanberger is the governor. I was already talking about Spanberger today because Spanberger passed a bill where she gave away all the electoral college votes. Virginia was on the docket today. Virginia was on the docket. So as I did my research, as we talk about Trump, as we talk about the successful closure of the Straits of Hormuz, what that means for geopolitics, 14 ships have been turned around. I don't know what you've heard because there's so much propaganda. There's so much melee in the news, but 14 ships, number one, the Straits of Hormuz are closed. The Straits of Hormuz have successfully been closed. We have 10,000 soldiers, 3,500 naval Marines in the area. While everybody was discussing whether or not Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump knew what they were doing, we were assembling the largest armed forces on the globe. While everybody is scared of China and Russia right now, if China or Russia wanted to do anything, they couldn't do anything because we have the largest armed forces in the Armada and their back door, and no one is saying anything. We are doing what we want to do. We are not in Florida. We are not in Mexico. We are across the globe in the Middle East, shutting down the Straits of Hormuz, stopping China from getting their oil. Double tap, hit the like button. 14 ships have been turned around. The Straits have been successfully closed. Do you guys understand what is happening? So as I did my research on the successes of Donald Trump, double tap, hit the like button. We don't have enough likes. As I did my research, because I got a lot of shorts and videos up now, people saying, oh, the Straits are not closed, all the oil tankers. No, oil tankers, typically we have 110, 112 vessels. We have 170 vessels on their way to America to fill up in America. They're not going to Saudi. Saudi has been shut down because if you don't know about geopolitics, you can't really discuss this, but if you didn't know about the Iran proxies, see, I've been teaching, my audience understands about the Iranian proxies in the Red Sea, because if you know about the Houthis and you know about the Houthis drone and missile capabilities, you know the Houthis have had the Red Sea shut down. So the Saudis you can't go fuel up in Saudi. And with all of that hoopla, it's like they want the U.S. to lose. But the fact of the matter is the Houthis and the Red Sea is not a viable go-between. So everyone now has to come to the Gulf of America, and everybody's just speculating because they hate Trump, but they're not facing the reality. The reality is that these oil tankers, if you check every metric, and I've talked to people from oil distributors in Canada, oil distributors in Australia, they're all in my chat. They're all members of my channel. Oil workers in Texas. Did you hear what I said? Oil workers in Australia, oil workers in Canada, oil workers in Texas, and everybody is saying everybody is coming to America. They have to come to America. There is no option. The only store that is open is the King of New York has said you have to buy dope from us. It's the King of New York. You can call him Donald Trump if you want to. I'm going to call him the King of New York because he has shut down shop. You know what you do when you come to a new city and you want to be the only person who sells dope? You shut down everybody else and then you open up shop, and then you become rich and you become the king of New York because you're the only one with an open dope shop. America has shut down dope in every other place in the country, in the world. We have the only dope store. America, Donald Trump is the king of New York. We was right. Trump was right. We was right. Trump was right. Double tap, hit the like button. I'm coming to you live from Virginia. It's very sad going on right now. Let's go. Let's go to the 911. So what we're listening to is the lieutenant governor in Virginia unalived himself and his wife. The two people we're looking at on the screen are no longer with us. God rest their soul. The two people we're looking at on the screen are no longer with us. God rest their souls. The husband took the life of the wife, and then he ran to the room. Cowardly ran to the other end of the house, took his own life while his teenage children were there and forced to call 911. Double tap at the like button.
From the identity of our shooter in this murder-suicide that happened several hours ago as former Lieutenant Governor Justin Fairfax. Former Lieutenant Governor Justin Fairfax shot and killed his wife inside of their home and then shot and killed himself. I think you have the rest of the details that Captain Cosgriff gave earlier this morning. So I'm just going to pause right here and answer any of your questions to the best of my ability right now. I can just tell you, then I'll go to Drew first, that this has been an ongoing domestic dispute surrounding what seems to be a complicated or messy divorce. So, Drew.
And Chief, that was going to be my question. Can you elaborate on what the investigation has revealed about the status of their marriage? Of course, the kids are what everybody's thinking about, I think, too.
Right. Everybody's the kids, man.
So far, what we know is probably what you all know, and I don't think it's a secret that there's been a divorce proceedings that have been ongoing. From what I understand at this early stage, former Lieutenant Governor Fairfax was recently served some paperwork associated with an upcoming court proceeding that apparently led to this incident last night. Both of their children, teenagers, the boys older than the girl, were in the house when it happened. So that's horrible news for the family. Certainly a traumatic event for those children to live through. But we know that it all kind of.
We are coming to you live from Virginia, everybody. Stay tuned. Stay with me. We're going to get to the Trump news, Trump news, Trump news. I know my MAGA supporters trying to get to the Trump news. I know y'all want to hear about the Straits of Hormuz and get the debate going in the chat. We starting off in Virginia right now, coming to you live from Virginia. This is the Lieutenant Governor, Justin Fairfax. This is his wife. He unalived his wife, shot her multiple times, and then unalived himself while the teenage children were at home. Let me give you the background why we're even discussing this. We are discussing this because when I'm doing my research for my politically charged breaking news late night evening show, celebrating the successes of Trump, celebrating the Iranian victory, celebrating the Venezuelan victory, educating you who Maria Mercado is, Nobel Peace Prize winner who gave her Nobel Peace Prize to Trump because we did such a great job in Venezuela. As I explained to you how Cuba and communism in Cuba will fall without one shot being fired because of the excellent execution of Pete Hegseth, Marco Rubio, and Donald Trump. Double tap hit the motherfucking like button. As I did my research, I came across somebody who is the governor of Virginia, one of our favorite people to make fun of, the governor of Virginia, because she's a fooling idiot, just like Zohrani Mamdani, the Marani. So every chance I get to highlight because the Trump fanatics, they love to ask people who voted for Trump. They love to ask Republicans, did you get what you voted for? Did you get what you voted for? And we say yes. We say, we say yes. We say yes. 2 million people was deported. Over 1 million people self-deported. 600,000 deported by ICE. TPS. I got a report today on TPS being rescinded for the Somalis. Right now on my channel, we don't have enough likes. I need you to hit the like button. Double tap hit the like button. Like, share, and subscribe. But when you subscribe to my channel, you're going to get a plus sign. When you hit that plus sign, it's going to allow you to join. And I'm running the Somalian special special. You heard it here first. The Somalian special. TPS was rescinded on March 17th, but a liberal judge tried to stop us from taking away TPS. Right now in California, they're trying to ban Nick Shirley, but no one is talking about the 19 billion. 19 billion. Do you know who Al-Shabaab is? See, as I talk about geopolitics, you know, the liberals and the purple-haired Candace Owens, they like to bring up the Jewish boogeyman, the Israeli boogeyman, but none of them really know about what the fuck is really going on in the actual America. None of them know shit. I know what I'm talking about. I've been doing my research. This is the #1 channel for geopolitical debate on YouTube. So as I'm doing my research, I came across Governor Spanberger. She gave the rebuttal to Donald Trump's State of the Union. You remember the #1 State of the Union in American history. It was the most popular. It was the longest. It was when the Democrats threw away the 2026 election. I said it was when the Democrats threw away the 2026 election. You remember when Donald Trump was playing 4D chess and set up the Democrats, and the Democrats did not stand up? It was a very simple question. He asked the Democrats, do you vote? Do you work for Americans first? Right now, it might not amaze some of you, but right now we have what happened? Did I push the wrong button? Right now we have video of people saying that they want people to vote. They want illegal aliens to vote, or whatever you want to say, because some people don't like when we say that. But we have proof that that's what they want. They want to tear apart our country, and that's just the sad part, and that's just the truth. That's why I ended up in Virginia. Spanberger, governor of Virginia, who gave the rebuttal to the State of the Union, she just voted and signed a bill to get rid of all 13 electoral college votes. So as I'm researching this Spanberger bill that says that all 13 electoral college votes in Virginia will go to the popular vote, and people in Virginia, Democrats and Republicans, I don't even see how this is democratic. It harkens back to Kamala of Camelot. Kamala, is she black? I don't know if she's black. I don't care if she's black, but is she the borders are? It harkens back to being the coronation of Kamala Harris when she didn't get one vote. Double tap at the like button. Double tap. Get the likes up, y'all. It reminds me of Kamala Harris when she didn't get one vote. So please tell me, is this constitutional? Is this in the Bill of Rights? How many people know what I'm talking about? Spanberger just signed legislation. How many people know what I'm talking about? Spanberger, remember, she gave the rebuttal to the State of the Union. She's the Democratic darling. If they got anybody that they're going to run in 2028, y'all better pay attention to the name Spanberger. So she was the one who gave the rebuttal to the State of the Union. She's the one with the dog taxes. She's the one with the tripling of the salary. Now she just signed legislation. She just signed legislation saying that all of Virginia's electoral college votes will go to whomever has the majority vote. I didn't even know that was constitutional legal. The Democrats get into office and they're basically changing the face of America. You have Mondani with a police officer trying to teach people how to wear a hijab. I mean, you can't make this up. You got Mondani shutting down New York. Now you got Spanberger in Virginia taking away your electoral college. Number one, Americans don't even like the electoral college, right? How many people truly understand the electoral college? When I talked about Jeffrey Epstein, and I said to you, Jeffrey Epstein isn't about the videos and the sex on the island. I said people like Jeffrey Epstein's are the people of the electoral college. These are the delegates. No one ever talks to you about who the delegates are, what the delegates do, how they come about this power. But Jeffrey Epstein donated so much money to the Democratic Party that they still have $35,000 of the Democrat of Jeffrey Epstein money. Did you guys know that? Did you guys know that Jeffrey Epstein donated so much to Democrat, to the DNC, to the senators, that they still have Jeffrey Epstein money? So what I am talking to you about is Spanberger signing, here it is, outrage is erupting across Virginia because Spanberger just signed HB 9665 into law, effectively rendering Virginia's presidential votes null and void. Here it is right here. Here it is right here. We can look at it and we can read it together. She seems very happy about it. But basically what it's saying is that all of your votes in Virginia, if the popular vote is Democratic or Republican, it doesn't matter what you vote in Virginia, your vote votes will go to the popular vote. With this measure, handing the state's electoral votes to the national vote winner, regardless of state results. So as I'm doing research, I know it don't sound right. It don't sound right. It doesn't sound believable, right? It's like, how can you take my vote? How can I go to the ballot? We're talking about the SAVE Act. We're talking about voter ID. So wait a minute. As we talk about how the vote may have been gotten stolen in 2020, are you telling me that Democrats in Virginia are basically taking the vote away from the American people without a vote? Now, this is the thing about it. She signed this into law. I don't remember this ever being on the ballot. Does anyone remember the citizens of Virginia? And it going to the Supreme Court, where the citizens of Virginia said, we will allow the governor to pick who we want. Because basically you took all of the citizens in Virginia and gave the vote to the governor on who she wants to be the president, right? So she represents now, it's like the Hunger Games. It's like we're living in the Hunger Games. It's like she's Palpatine Snow, right? We're living in the Hunger Games. And somebody in the chat tell me, is it constitutional? Can she basically with the pen? And this is happening because the Democrats are busy at No King's protests, and they don't understand why you were sleeping. I want to write a book. I got a couple books I'm going to be producing. I got one book I'm working on. It's almost done. I'm very excited about that. My next book series I'm going to be working on is going to be called Why You Were Sleeping, because while you were sleeping, the Democrats are trying to change the face of America. No one is answering me. What does it mean? How do you take away your presidential electoral vote with the slice of a pen? And then you have the audacity to go to a No Kings protest and throw hay at my president. Double tap at the like button. Let's go back to Virginia. Justin Fairfax unalives wife, and the kids have to call 911. We're gonna play the 911 call, and we're gonna get to Trump, and we're gonna get to the Straits of Hormuz being shut down. Double tap at the like button.
We have been able to confirm, say that this home is owned by Virginia Lieutenant Governor Justin Fairfax, former Virginia Lieutenant Governor Justin Fairfax. He was the Lieutenant Governor under Governor Ralph Northam. Now, he's been in private practice since an unsuccessful run for governor in 2021. But let's talk about what happened in this home. We have been able to confirm, say that this home is.
So right now, we are able to confirm that this is outside the house. Sad of this. Justin Fairfax, he was accused of, this is back when he was accused. I think this and godly, look who it is. Look who it is, Gayle King. I mean, this, are we going to talk about the lawfare? And the Democrats have no shame, because the Democrats use lawfare against themselves. Double tap at the like button.
What do you want to happen to Justin Fairfax?
I'd want him to resign.
College professor Vanessa Tyson says she met Justin Fairfax at the Democratic Convention in Boston in 2004 when he was a law student. She says he asked her to accompany him to his hotel room.
Oh, he just needed to pick up some paperwork.
Okay.
Is what he said.
And
Yep.
then what happens?
And he kisses me.
And you're kissing him, and you're okay with the kissing?
Yeah, I'm okay with kissing.
Yeah.
But suddenly, she says, he became violent, forcing her to perform oral sex.
He's using his hand on the back of my neck. And, I couldn't say anything because I'm choking and gagging.
Fair use.
Tyson says she went public in February only after a racist photo was found on the yearbook page of Virginia Governor Ralph Northam. She feared that if Northam resigned, Fairfax would automatically become governor.
The voters of Virginia have a right to know.
Tyson is demanding a public hearing, and so is Meredith Watson, who claims Fairfax raped her 19 years ago when they were students at Duke University.
Had I had the strength or the courage to say something in 2000,
I don't see any tears. No tears. No tears. No tears. You
maybe it never would have happened to her.
No
Fairfax
tears.
has vehemently denied both accusers' allegations and has called for a law enforcement investigation. But Watson fears that would allow the issue to be swept under the rug.
You have someone in a position of leadership who has the ability to affect legislation on how these issues will be handled. And he himself is a predator.
In a statement, Lieutenant Governor Fairfax responded, "I feel so strongly regarding my innocence that I submitted myself to polygraph tests for each of the accusations against me. I passed those tests. I did not assault either of my accusers. There is no word yet as to whether the Virginia legislature will hold a public hearing." Jeff?
Chip Reed, thank you very much. Gail will have more of her interview with Meredith Watson tomorrow on CBS This Morning.
So that was back in 2021. Back in 2021, he was accused. Both of these women accused him, and I believe it stopped him from becoming one of the first black governors of Virginia. Like I reported, he was the second black African-American lieutenant governor of Virginia in the history of Virginia. And those accusations came down while he was running for Democratic, but the Democrats, like Jasmine Crockett, had somebody else they wanted to run for governor. Let's go now. Let's go now. This is the 911 call that was placed by the teenage son after Justin Fairfax unalived himself and his wife. I will repeat, we're coming to you live from Virginia. The Virginia Lieutenant Governor Justin Fairfax, who I just played a video, who had to deal with Me Too accusations in 2022. His wife was in one of the divorce. They were going through a contentious divorce, and today, breaking news in my evening news report, today, breaking news, as we did research on Spanberger, we came across Justin Fairfax unalived his wife. He first shot her. He shot her several times. Then he ran to another part of the house where he unalived himself, where the two teenage children were at home. During this whole time, the teenage children were at home. This is the 911 call from the teenage children. Double tap at the like button.
40 Alpha, 441 Alpha, 4 Alpha, start for a stabbing area. Clara's thinking that his dad might have stabbed his mom, saying that she's laying on the ground, bleeding, can see holes in her shirt. Heard a fight about a minute ago, unknown where his father is now. Watch for director en route. Fire department's going to be en route as well. 012.
435 Charlie.
435 Charlie.
Once here, the husband's not going to be here. It's going to look like an obvious DOA. I don't have a pulse.
Direct, 0015.
435 Charlie, we're going to be in the basement.
Direct.
435 Charlie, I haven't cleared the house out yet, but I have the son with me downstairs. If units on scene to clear the house, husband's car is still in the driveway.
Direct, units now, go ahead, clear the house. Subject's car is still going to be in the driveway.
941 Alpha, a couple of us are pulling up on scene. Go all clear the house.
Direct.
Get into the front door or the back. Come in through the front door.
K-9 15, myself and K-9 14 are going to be at the front door.
Direct.
K-9 15, you may provide a description of what we're looking for.
435 Charlie, are you able to ask the son?
A description real quick. 435 Charlie. Subject description is going to be a black male, about 5'10", 5'11". He's going to be clean shaven with short hair.
Direct. K-9 14 15. Also be advised, RTC did put a picture of the subject in Informer.
Possible suspect to be a black male, 5'1", clean shaven with short hair. Not found at the scene. 0019.
431 Alpha, we got another subject down in the bedroom upstairs.
911.
I think this is going to be our subject. He's got a
murder suicide.
Gunshot wound to the head.
Murder suicide. Double tap at the like. Murder suicide. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. Thank you, everyone. So this is a very sad chain of events. We're going to change. We're going to get to Straits of Hormuz. We are live now. We are live now. We are live. We're going. And I got some Lebanon news. We are live now. We're going to get to this Straits of Hormuz being shut down, 14 ships being turned around. Donald Trump, the most successful president, the most successful second-term president of your lifetime. Hit the like button while you come in. We don't have enough likes, but that's okay. The likes will go up as we continue to show. Very sad chain of events. Let's get that TMZ. Let's get that TMZ. All right. White House border czar, they are coming here for a better life. You damn right they coming here for a better life. You're damn right they coming here for a better life. That's what I said. They coming here for a better life. President Donald Trump on Joe Rogan. So the moment the Air Force landed at Harry Reid, Airport, we're getting into that. President Trump working family cuts. That was the tax, the tips the other day. This is Trump at the White House today. Bigging up Scott. President Trump, of course. A horse is a horse, of course, and no one can talk to a horse, of course. Here it is. 13 ships turned around. Let me get this queued up for us right here. 13 ships turned around so far. Straits of Hormuz shut down.
Black Friday at the Home Depot.
Very excited about that. Let me get that going right there for us. Got to fight with the algorithm right there. Don't worry about it. We got it back. You get to see my beautiful orange shirt for a minute. I'm going to get a poll up. Do y'all agree that Trump's strategy of shutting down the Straits of Hormuz is the correct strategy? We're going to get a poll up and discuss it.
Then we saw, of course, General Kane, and the first time, I always thought he was in theater. He says he's just his second visit over to the Middle East. Then we saw, of course, General Kane and Secretary of War Pete Hegseth address an update, which is we are just right in the middle of a ceasefire right now. But we're just arming up, ready to go should we have to jump in again.
Yeah, he said what we've been saying all morning. You can do it the nice way, or you can take the hard way. And he urged the new regime to choose wisely, he said, which is to hand over the enriched uranium so you cannot make a nuclear bomb, open up the strait, and because we have annihilated their economy, we've annihilated their ships, their missiles, their air force, and taken out their leadership. So you would think that they would be willing. Their economy, 180% inflation rate right now. It was 40% in January when everyone was protesting.
Speaking of the Strait, Ainsley, we learned from that press conference that they haven't had to do any of the interdictions. It looks like all of those countries are understanding what the United States means, which was they will seize the ships, they will board those ships, and they will use any type of military operation that they need to.
They will take them over 13 ships. They made the wise move to turn around.
But they do have rocket
13 ships.
No doubt about it, and the Gulf states know that well. Let's bring in Chief National Security Correspondent Jennifer Griffin to break it down. Jennifer, we're in the pause, but it looks like the military has not stopped.
Well, that's right. In fact, what we just heard, Brian, is that they are in the process of rearming, and that ceasefire ends on Tuesday, April 21st, unless the 2-week ceasefire is extended. I think the most interesting thing that we learned from the press conference is that they are taking this blockade, and we learned from General Kane that they had turned back 13 vessels, ships that were heading to Iranian ports.
Double tap, hit the like button. Like a lot of people have been speculating on what's going on. So I am here tonight, breaking news, coming to you live. Trump has shut down the Straits of Hormuz, and it's not just words. It's not just news. We are turning around ships. Up to 13 ships have been turned around, and over 170 ships are on their way to the Gulf of America to refuel. Double tap, hit the like button. Perks Up Podcast. Not enough likes out there. Get the likes up. Straits of Hormuz are closed. 13 ships have been turned around. Everybody in the world has to buy dope from us. Donald Trump is the king of New York. Donald Trump is the king of New York. He has shut down every dope store in the world. Everyone is forced to buy dope from America. The king of New York, the art of the deal, the negotiator from Nebraska, the illest man in Nebraska, got the disaster all the way with the Shasta. We are getting down live breaking news with the Straits of Hormuz being shut down. It's not conjecture. It's a win. Can we say we won? We won. America won.
or were Iranian vessels of some sort. Those 13 ships had turned back because of the blockade. They have not had to board any of the vessels, but we also learned that they are extending this blockade really in terms of going after any Iranian ships out to the Pacific. And so Admiral Paparo out at Indo-PACOM will be chasing down some of that shadow fleet, those oil tankers that are not flagged, but are in fact trying to help Iran skirt sanctions. And they're going to.
So how are we getting this done? Y'all hear that? We gonna be chasing down. What's going on with your StreamYard? What's going on? We're gonna be chasing down ships. So you might want to know how are we going to be doing that? Let me get the numbers, man. Let me get the numbers, man. We are going to be chasing down ships. Yes, we are. We're going to be chasing down ships. We got over 10,000 individuals over there right now. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap. Let me get my numbers out there. Let me get my numbers out. Let's get the numbers out there of what we got in the region. So people, while everybody was hating on Trump, Pete Hegseth and Marco Rubio, they were actually doing the work. Number one, the U-turn statistics. CENTCOM confirmed that at least in 72 hours, 14 ships tried to play chicken with the Allied Burke destroyers. All 14 turned back around. Double tap, hit the like button. The undersea war, it's not just what's on the surface. We have Kingfish UUVs hunting sticking mines right now. The Navy didn't just close the shop, they are cleaning up the trash the IRGC left in the driveway. The 10% factor, the Defense Secretary Hegseth confirmed we're only using 10% of our Navy to do this. Imagine what happens if we decide to use 90%. Double tap, hit the like button. Let me tell you what we have in the region to get this done. As we talk about, it's only 10%. This is the receipts right now, ladies and gentlemen. How many people really doing real work out there? How many people who are talking about geopolitics is giving you the real work and giving you the real research? Let me show you what type of research I'll be doing so y'all know when I'll be saying what I'll be saying. How does he know these stats? How does he know these stats? Well, total personnel, and this is what you might want to know, because right now you might be at work. You may have worked a long, hard day. Double tap, hit the like button, get the likes up. Double tap, hit the like button and get the likes up. You may have had a long, hard day. What's the total personnel? What's the total personnel? 10,000 personnel right there. Let me get this information out to my people out there. Double tap, hit the like button. You're watching the #1 podcast for geopolitical debate on YouTube. And I'm very happy to have you here. What we got to do to get the algorithm going and keep it more saucy, keep it saucy McNaughty, is you got to get the likes up, man. You got to get the likes up. Double tap, hit the like button. We got to get the likes up, huh? We got to get the likes up. Double tap, hit the like button. We got to get the likes up. Let's read what's going on. Total personnel, 10,000. Navy, Marines, and Airmen integrated for 24/7 enforcement. Warships, active, 16 combatants, 1 carrier, U.S. Abraham Lincoln, 11 destroyers, 3 amphibs, 1 LCS. Air dominance, 100 plus aircraft, F-35, F-15Es, F-16s, and a Super Hornets patrolling the no-fly, no-sail zones. Double tap, hit the like button. America is the greatest armed force on the world. America is the greatest Navy, Army, and Air Force in the world. We shut this down with 10%. And I don't know why CNN wants to lie to you. I don't know why Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson want you to be afraid that America is winning, that America won in Venezuela, that communism is dead in Cuba, and that we own all of the oil market in the entire globe. Double tap and hit the motherfucking like button. Double tap, hit the motherfucking like button. Double tap and hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. Somebody said, let's give them a chance. Let's give them a chance. Let's give them a chance. We got some player haters in the building. I tried to support the channel, but your style of repeating yourself over and over and using filter words that aren't words all have forced me to find another channel whose host knows what to say. Well, thank you very much for leaving and being so polite to leave. I personally thank you for your exit, sir. I don't even need to discuss with you whether or not your opinion is valid, because you said you're leaving, and I thank you for your exit. Double tap, hit the like button. I'm gonna leave. This is what's wrong with Generation A, B, plus all these mammy babies raised by their mama with the participation trophies. This is what's wrong with you. I'm gonna leave. Leave, motherfucker. It's billions of people on. And this is the thing about YouTube. I was talking to YouTube earlier. YouTube has to change the dynamic with the listener. YouTube has to change the dynamic with the listener because for some reason, because we have a lot of piss ants in America. We have a lot of piss ants and pussies in America. And the piss ant pussy viewer on YouTube thinks they have power. They think they have more power from your Twitter fingers. Remember when Drake roasted Meek Mill? So all of you Twitter fingers can kiss my ass because you're not brave enough to start your own podcast. But YouTube has this dynamic where content creators have to be gladiators because you pussies think you have power. You don't have shit. I'm going to tell you right now, you don't have shit. I don't know why the YouTube viewer, and it's all men. It's never women. We have a problem with American men. We have a problem with American men. It's always men who have this penis envy and they think they have power just because they're at home on their laptop keyboard. They think they have more power than the host. Oh, I'm going to leave. I'm going to do this and I'm going to flatten it. You don't have any power. You don't. That's why you're at home watching. You don't have any power. You don't have any worth. You're just some penis envy man who doesn't know how to control his temper with his small penis. Get over it, bro. Get over it, bro. You know what I'm saying? Get over it, bro. God, it's always men. It's always men. It's never a woman. It's never a woman. Please explain that to me. Why is it never a woman? Huh? Why is it never a woman? Can anybody tell me why is it never a woman that comes in with this penis envy? Why is it never a woman that comes in with this penis envy? Why is it always a man who thinks he has more power than me, more intelligence than me, more prowess than me? It's something wrong with America. That's why they think they can beat us, because they see the pussies in the way American men are pussified in the participation trophies. I'm not gonna watch you. I don't give a fuck. I'm good at what I do. I'm competitive. I'm intelligent. I'm charismatic. I'm handsome. That's why people watch me. I don't need to beg you to watch me. I do a good job. I was raised in a different generation. I work hard. That's why people watch me. That's why people subscribe. It's not because of you pussies. You pussies do not matter in my algorithm. Not my views, not my subscribers. You pussies can never watch me again. It won't matter. YouTube loves me. The audience loves me. People love me. You just a pussy. You know what I'm saying? Here goes someone else. Here goes someone else who wants another man. Another man. You know what I'm saying? It's always a man. It's always a man. What is it? Quit being a victim. And then they have these things that, like, if you were at a bar, you were a woman. This is why women don't like men anymore. Because none of the men ever have an articulate point. They never know what they're talking about. They're just upset because they don't have power. They never come in with an intelligent rebut. They just come in with this diatribe of what they think manhood is. Right? This guy is saying, quit being a victim and crying all the time. I cry. I don't think it's wrong for a man to cry. See, do you understand how this works? You have to buy into their bullshit. You have to buy into the pussy's logic of what manhood is. Men can't cry. Men can't feel emotion. Men can't be intelligent. Men can't be charismatic. Men can't have a broad vocabulary. Everything that I have, they're pissed off that they don't have, so they complain about it. You use a lot of big words. You're very charismatic. You repeat yourself. You do this. All the things that you do as a host. Stephen A. Smith the other day had to tell a lot of basketball players and a lot of black men who are idiots. Stephen A. Smith had to speak down to black men. It's sad that Stephen A. Smith has to often speak down to black men. But black men, just like the men in my chat right now, tried to tell Stephen A. Smith how to do his job. And then Stephen A. Smith had to remind those black men of something that was very simple to me, very elementary, but black men are so sensitive and so unintelligent. Stephen A. Smith had to say, it's my job. I am a journalist. You are a basketball player who smokes weed on television. It's two different things. See, you are a basketball player, a failed basketball player. You smoke weed on your podcast and you talk about what you think are current events. That's very different than someone who went to college for journalism, who makes millions of dollars from CNN, has his own production company, and is a highly paid journalist who gets paid to report on the news. So when Stephen A. Smith talks about a news story that is trending that black men don't like, they look at Stephen A. Smith and say, who are you to talk about that? And Stephen A. Smith had to talk down to black men because they're so sensitive, like I'm doing right now. Stephen A. Smith had to talk down to black men who are so sensitive and remind them, brother, I am at work. I am a journalist. I get paid millions of dollars to talk about the news. When you talk about the news on YouTube, then that's bullshit. No one's paying you. You just smoking weed, talking shit. I happen to be Stephen A. Smith, multi-millionaire journalist paid to talk about the news. And as I looked at it, I said to myself, Stephen, why did you have to explain that? It's the same thing I'm doing right now in my chat. It's the same thing I'm doing right now in my chat. These men in my chat are so pussified, I have to take time out to explain to these fucking children, this is my job. And it's not your job because you're in the chat. It's not. You understand what I'm saying? It's not your job because you in the chat. You understand what I'm saying? It's not your job because you in the chat. You would not argue because you don't have the intelligence to argue. If you did, you would make an argument. Huh? If you had the intelligence to make an argument, you would make an argument. You understand what I'm saying? Am I a man? I can't cry. I'm too tough. Dad said so. Exactly. Great point. Am I a man? I can't cry. Dad said I can't cry. This is what's wrong with American men. Huh? This is what's wrong with American men. And it's so, look how they all come out and be sensitive. If you want to trigger, if you want to get views, anybody want to know how to get views on YouTube, just trigger some pussies. Trigger these pussy ass men. They will come and say some dumb shit. Look at this stupid shit. The reason you are unwell and weak is because lying makes you weak. I don't see, this is again the pussy's idea of what manhood is, right? I need to be not weak. What's wrong with, see, these things define manhood. For look at him with his bald head. He doesn't get pussy. He doesn't have a girlfriend. You know what I'm saying? He has this this homophobic masculine idea of what manhood is. You are weak. Ha 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 ha. I am man. I am strong. You guys are you're making it so easy. You know what I'm saying? You are weak. That's the extent of his. None of the words he used was more than 4 words. Look at this comment. This is his vocabulary. This is the vocabulary of the meathead. This is why women call you meatheads. You couldn't even use any words with multiple syllables. Everything is 1 syllable, 4 letters. You know, you are weak, unwell. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. You making me laugh, man. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Man. Oh, man. Oh, man. I love it, man. Oh, man. Oh, yeah, they upset they didn't get a participation trophy. How much money he got and shit. You know what I'm saying? Man worried about it. Let's go. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the. Yeah, I cried. Trump is doing great. Trump is doing an awesome job. I can't tell if we're describing Trump or not. It's okay. You don't have to worry about it, brother. Do you have a disagreement? Do you have a disagreement or something? Just another stupid comment? Because I just almost blocked you. Let me highlight you. Do you have something to say or just another stupid comment? Loon eye. I can't tell if we're describing Trump or not. Why? Why can't you tell? Because you're an idiot and you just think you can just make a little funny thing. Trump is being Israel's lapdog. Let's get to that. Let's get to this. Let's get to this lazy comment. This lazy comment. Because what I've been talking about, let's get the likes up too. Let's get the likes up. How is Israel benefiting from the Straits of Hormuz being shut down? Trump now has pushed peace in Lebanon. Trump now is the reason we have peace in Lebanon. I would like to know from the people who keep creating this Israel and Jewish boogeyman, who wants us to believe in the Jewish boogeyman. Let's talk about how we got to Iran. Do you guys want to talk about how we got to Iran? There's a through line to Iran from Obama and that failed nuclear deal, and then Joe Biden leaving Afghanistan, creating a power vacuum in the Middle East. Where people don't talk about why we have so many people in the Middle East. When Joe Biden left the Middle East, we have been in the Middle East in two worlds, in Iraq and Afghanistan for over 20 years. So we police the sectarian violence that took place in Iran. Why are we in Iran? Why are we having this conflict? What it has nothing to do with Israel. It has nothing to do with the Jew. But I would like you to explain to me how Israel and Jewish people is this bad guy, because I want to know how they benefit from the Straits of Hormuz being closed. I want to know how they benefit from NATO being pissed off and there no longer being a NATO. How do Israel, because Israel benefits from NATO, Israel benefits from the Straits of Hormuz. Everything that's happening right now is America first. How does Israel benefit from Venezuela? How does Israel benefit? See, this is how you put them to rest, you guys. How does Israel benefit from Venezuela? We have all the oil in Venezuela and the natural resources, the #1 gold deposit in the globe. As we talk about Taiwan, semiconductor chips, global blockchains, dirty data centers, Web 3.0, this is why we're getting these precious minerals. This is why Taiwan is a factor. This is why we shut down China. China is no longer going to invade Taiwan. Why was Taiwan? See, this is the thing about people who bring up Israel. They don't understand geopolitics and how complex it is. How complex geopolitics and all these moving pieces that have nothing to do with Israel. Taiwan has nothing to do with Israel. What Taiwan does in the future has nothing to do with Israel, right? It has nothing to do with Israel. Double tap and hit the like button, right? Taiwan, semiconductor chips, Web 3.0, dirty data centers, a global blockchain has nothing to do with it, but they want you to believe in this Israeli Jewish boogeyman, right? China right now is waiting on a meeting with Trump. Trump is going to meet with Xi Jinping and make a deal. Russia is going to make a deal, right? I'm still asking about the Jewish boogeyman, huh? I'm still asking about the Jewish boogeyman. Please explain to me how the Jews benefit from any of this. How does Israel benefit? I played a video where Iran has breached the Iron Dome. I said this to all of you. If Israel is running the show, how come we haven't rebuilt the Iron Dome? Instead, Trump went to Greenland and he wanted to build the Golden Dome, a brand new dome to protect America and NATO allies, not spend money on rebuilding the Iron Dome that is no longer viable. The Iron Dome is not working. Iran has breached their protection systems. Israel has been shot in Tel Aviv. I played the video. They feel like sitting ducks. Israel feels like sitting ducks. I played the video in Tel Aviv. So please tell me how this boogeyman is so powerful when there's no more Iron Dome. Why isn't America building a brand new Iron Dome to protect them if they're the gods? How do they benefit from the peace deal? Do you know what's happening in NATO? Do you know why Stalmer and Macron are upset? I played the video of February just a few weeks ago. Stalmer sitting next to Zelensky. Stalmer didn't bring up Israel. What did Spain say about Israel? What did Italy say about Israel? Well, Spain said America and Israel are terrorists. Italy said America and Israel are terrorists. NATO is not backing Israel on Iran. NATO, Starmer and Macron have come out and said we need to stand with the Ukraine. They gave the Ukraine missiles, and the Ukraine bombed Russia on February 28th at the same time that we went into Iran. NATO is working against American interests and working behind our back. What I want to know from you is where is the Jew in that? Where is Israel in that? Please explain to me when on February 28th, we invade Iran with Israel as our partner, and then Starmer and Macron give the Ukraine missiles and they bomb an oil facility in Russia the same day. And then they come out publicly and say, we're not backing America. We're not backing Israel. We need to stand with the Ukraine, even though you and I both know the Ukraine lost 2 years ago. The Ukraine is dead. All their soldiers are gone. Russia is doing what they want. They will never get back the Donbass region. So what's really going on in Ukraine, what's really going on in the EU, what's really going on in NATO has nothing to do with the Israeli Jew, right? Only thing is that the Democrats are lazy and they have no policy for 2026. So when the Trump first administration, it was Putin and Russia collusion. Remember? Russia, Putin, and there was all these memes about Putin and Trump being boyfriend, Putin and Trump working together. What happened to that? I thought Putin and Trump were boyfriend and girlfriend. That was the first hoax. Today's hoax is Bibi Netanyahu and Trump. But you can't explain to me how the Gulf of America, USAID being shut down, the UN budget being shut down, the NATO budget being shut down, all the oil being bought in the world is being bought in America and American companies. But only after we got Venezuelan oil, please tell me, when does Israel start getting wins? Because Macron is pissed off and Starmer is pissed off because they are not getting to share the spoils, right? That's why NATO is pissed. NATO's not getting any of the gold in Venezuela. NATO's not getting any of the oil in Venezuela. What did Starmer say? What did Macron say? They said they are not happy with the Russia-Ukraine peace agreement. Why are they not happy with the Russia-Ukraine peace agreement? Why is NATO, why is the EU not happy? Because what did Starmer say sitting right next to Zelensky? He said Putin can't benefit from the peace agreement. What does he mean? Well, Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff are in trilateral talks in Abu Dhabi. Yet and still, I haven't mentioned Israel. Do you hear? Do you understand? I still haven't mentioned Israel. Jared Kushner, Steve Witkoff are in peace talks in Abu Dhabi with Russia right now. They don't want, see, Ukraine, the EU is not there. Do you understand? Starmer doesn't have a representative. Do you understand? France and Macron is not in Abu Dhabi. I call it the Abu Dhabi Denali lobby. See, they are pissed because we are divvying up Ukraine, the resources and the money, and we are saying to Russia, you know what, Russia, we're going to have a peace agreement. We want the world to be calm, peace in the Middle East, peace in the world. Russia, come on back into the G8, Russia. Everybody, and do you guys remember BRICS? Do you guys remember people boo-hooing the petrodollar? To everybody who's saying Israel is the victor, can you please tell me, when these oil tankers come to America, what's the money in Israel? What's the money in Israel? See, the idiots, the Trump, the TDS is so strong, they will never listen. What's the name of the money in Israel? What's the money in Israel? Because this is going to make you feel like a dummy again. What's the money in Israel? What's it called? Shekels. Okay. So when all of these boats are coming to the Gulf of America to fuel up, will they be paying in shekels? Ha ha. See how stupid I make you look? All the people in the globe have to buy American oil. Will they be paying in shekels? For everybody that says Israel is the God, see, they can't even listen. They are so mad that it's a black man coming with this intelligence too. It makes the TDS even go more crazy. Are they going to pay in yen? Are they going to pay in rubles? What about the American petrodollar that they said was gone? Remember, they said the American petrodollar was done. Can anybody tell me, as Trump is the king of New York, Trump has shut down the Straits of Hormuz, everyone has to buy oil from America, how would they purchase that oil? Because if we have the only drugstore and you want to buy drugs, you have to buy drugs from us, you got to bring cash. You got to bring American money. I don't want rupees. I don't want yen. I don't want shekels. So please tell me how the Israeli Jew benefits if everyone is buying oil in petro dollar that was supposed to be dead. Double tap, hit the like button. Hit the like button, not enough likes. If everyone, see, this is the news. See, CNN doesn't like Trump, and I argue CNN doesn't like America. Because why isn't CNN talking about the fact of he's right? They're going to have to spend the petrodollar. Wait a minute, how will they buy this oil? Now that everyone has to buy oil from us, what does that do to the dollar? What does that do to the GDP was already rising? Because of the tariffs. The GDP was already rising. See, they don't want to talk about facts. Trump has been the best second-term president. Trump instituted tariffs August 1st. The GDP is already rising, right? GDP up above 4%, inflation down. They predicted with Trump tariffs that the inflation would go up to 7-8%. Inflation came in 2.7. We sent $12 billion to farmers from the tariffs. We sent 1776 to the army from the tariffs. See, people don't forget because there's so much, but it's my job to champion my president. It's my job to champion my president. I love my president. It's my job to tell you the truth. And then I educated you on what a tariff was. You know, no one ever told you what a tariff was. No one ever told you what a tariff was. I said a tariff is a duty. I said for almost 6 months, the propaganda went rampant where everybody would come in my chat and say tariffs are a tax. And it was so easy to Google the truth. It was so easy to Google the truth. What is a tariff? A tariff, so I had to break it down. I told my audience a story. I told my audience a story. I said, what if, I said, you guys think tariffs is a tax, right? I said, what if someone goes and buys a hot dog, right? Someone goes and buys a hot dog, and they goes and buys a hot dog, and the hot dog vendor say, I got to charge you $20 for this hot dog. And they say, because of tariffs. And what I said was, you getting ripped off because you don't understand what a tariff is. The hot dog vendor, hot dogs is made in America. His cart, he built it himself, made in America. Hot dogs made in America. Everything you're buying off the hot dog cart was not imported or exported. There was no duty. There was no duty to pay. See, a tariff is when a company who wants to make their goods cheaper go to China, and instead of buying hot dogs in America, they buy Chinese hot dogs and they have to import them, so they have to pay a duty on import tax. So then what people wanted to argue is if a company is forced to pay more, then that tax will be passed on to the consumer, even though it's not your cost. What I argued is the market sets the price of a hot dog. See, no company has been able to successfully pass on tariffs to you. Why? Because the market sets the price. They don't get to elevate the price. If a hot dog is $1.50 at Costco, a hot dog is $1.50 at Costco. Costco has yet to raise the price and say the hot dog now is $1.75 due to Donald Trump tariffs. Have you guys, do you guys, see, when you say tariffs are a tax, it's a lack of understanding. So you walk into a store and oh man, I had to raise my prices, and you pay it and you walk out cussing. Oh man, I hate Trump. I hate Trump, man. I hate Trump. You pay it and you walk out cussing. Oh man, I hate Trump. Not knowing that you just got ripped off because the person that you purchased from doesn't incur a duty tax because they don't import or export goods on anything that they have and sell. But you believe that tariffs are a tax, and it was so easy. You could have listened to me, or it was so easy to bring out your iPhone, your Apple Watch, and just Google, and it will tell you very quickly, tariffs are a duty. They are a duty on import and export. If the company you purchase from is made in America, America only, they are not incurring any tariff, and you shouldn't be paying more for the goods. But you keep listening to Abby on CNN. Keep listening to Abby on CNN. Keep listening to the Trump hate and keep paying more money. Keep listening to Abby, keep listening to the Trump hate, and keep paying more money because you think you right. They come in my chat all day, every day. They think they know it. Tariffs are attack. Go ahead. I got my own business outside of YouTube. I'm waiting for the dummy. I'm gonna charge your dumb ass. If I see you with a blue Democrat, if I see you with a button that says you voted Democrat, I'm raising my prices. I don't have any tariff costs, but I'm raising my prices. As soon as I see a Democrat come in my business, I'm gonna double the price. Oh man, it's been rough on me and my family. Yeah, these tariffs is kicking our ass. You know what I'm saying? Huh? It's been rough on me and my family. The tariffs have been kicking our ass. Huh? It's been rough on me and my family. Huh? I gotta charge it double. Consumer does not always pay the tariffs. It's not that hard to understand. See, it's just all of these dummies, bro. It's all of these dummies, bro. The market sets the price. And what I said is the MAGA dollar is strong. The MAGA dollar is strong. And I gave examples. I gave examples of Cracker Barrel. Cracker Barrel went woke and went broke. They took the cracker away from the barrel, lost $100 million. Bud Light put a transgender on the can, and then they went broke. They got now 2 white boys in flip-flops. Was it Post Malone and Shane to sell beer. Took the transgender off the can. Target had transgender swimsuits. See, MAGA said, I'm not going to shop there. MAGA said, I'm not going to buy Bud Light. We shot up Bud Light cans. So I said to MAGA, the MAGA dollar is strong. If any company tries to pass on tariffs to you as the consumer, we shop somewhere else because you vote with your dollar. See, we're not idiots in MAGA. We're not idiots. We don't need more government. See, the Democrats in Virginia, they just created more legislation. They just created a lot more legislation. Zarate, the Democrats get elected and they expand the government. They create legislation because you are sheep and you need to be led. I'm not a sheep. I don't need to be led. I understand how it works. Do you understand? And this is the problem with you individuals. You don't understand how money works and what it truly is. If you guys recall, Jeff Bezos attempted to put tariffs and taxes on the items on Amazon. He had to immediately take it down. And what he had to do is keep his goods at market value. If a widget was $2, he could no longer charge $2.50 and put underneath it the extra 50 cents is for Donald Trump tariff. He had to take it down and go back to $2 because you don't get to set the market, Jeff Bezos. What will happen is people won't buy the widget from you. And it doesn't matter what the dummies in the chat say. This is what's been happening. It is not like the tariffs just came. The tariffs have been in effect since August. They're actually working for the American people. The American people are figuring out it's just these men. It's just these men who think they are smart. You should start your own channel. Let's go to Google. Let's ask Google, what is a tariff? Because they truly don't know. They truly don't know. I just told you a tariff is a duty. A tariff is a tax or 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 a duty imposed by a government on imported goods and sometimes exports. This is so simple. And my analogy stands, Dodo Bird. My analogy stands. Let's just put it in the chat for the Dodo Bird, because I know so many people have listened to these men, and I know you're tired of these men always trying to be right, and it's so sick and sad and embarrassing. It is so sick and sad and embarrassing about a basic economic principle. A basic economic principle. A duty is not... See, this is the thing about idiots. This is the thing about idiots. And this is the thing. This idiot will pay it. This idiot will pay it. This idiot will pay it. MAGA won't. MAGA won't. Hit the like button. MAGA won't. Because I've educated my audience. MAGA won't pay it. MAGA will go to another business. And you know what will happen? Can we tell the story of Indian motorcycles? India put a 200% tariff on Harley Davidsons. India put a 200% tariff on Harley Davidson. So Harley Davidson weren't able to import motorcycles into India. India is 1 billion people, huge economy. Mumbai, everybody, the streets are small because there's so many people. They had to sell motorcycles there. But they couldn't import the motorcycles because they would get a 200% tariff and there would be no profit. So in order for Harley Davidson to make money in India, they built a plant in India to get around the 200% tariffs, because tariffs are not a law. If you read the definition that I put in the chat, tariffs are not a law. So, hey, what's up with your bread? Send 10 memberships, double tap at the like button. So if India, Harley Davidson builds a plant in India, they get around the tariffs, they sell motorcycles in India, and they make money. So what will American companies do to avoid tariffs? What has Toyota already done? Trump was in Japan. Trump, the prime minister of Japan, just visited us. Trump talked about talking to Mr. Toyota. They are investing trillions across 5 states, brand new plants to get around Canada, toy companies, to get around tariffs. Outside companies are building their plants in America, just like America had to do, to get around the tariffs. Why would they do that? Can you answer this one question for you idiots out there? Why would a company like Harley Davidson or a Toyota go through the trouble of building a plant in America or building a plant in India to get around the tariffs? Because they cannot set the price of the motorcycle. If Harley Davidson could simply pass on the 200% tariff to the Indian consumer, like the idiots in my chat are suggesting, then Harley Davidson never would have had to build a plant in India. This is so simple. I know you feel stupid right now. If Harley Davidson could simply pass on the tariff to the Indian consumer, they never would, but they can't. The price of a motorcycle is set by the market. If Toyota could pass on the cost of the tariffs to the car market, then they would, but they can't. The cost of a SUV, the cost of a mid-size sedan, of a family sedan in America is set by the market. Toyota can't come in and raise that price $5,000 because Trump instituted tariffs. Guess what will happen to Camrys? Can anybody answer? What will happen to Camrys? What will happen to Camrys if Toyota begins to pass on the tariff costs to the American consumer? They will sit on the lot, brother. They will sit on the lot, brother. Because I just defeated your entire argument, and every time they get quiet. If Toyota could pass on the tariffs to the American customer, they would. They cannot, because the Camry would sit on the lot. The market says how much a 4-door sedan costs, brother. Not Trump, not the tariffs. I know you're pissed. I know you pissed. And I know you've been listening to the propaganda. So you don't understand. It's called a social media feed. They've been feeding you bullshit. They've been feeding you. And when you hear logic, you get upset. When you hear logic, you get upset. Right? They cannot pass on the cost of the tariffs. They can't. Harley Davidson couldn't do it in India, and no one can do it here. Because you don't understand markets and principle. You just listen to CNN, and I know because it's so powerful. Someone been saying it every day for 6 months. Tariffs are a tax, tariffs are a tax, tariffs are a tax, tariffs are a tax. Now he resorts to name calling. This is what they do when they lose. That's how I know I won the debate. Can everybody agree I won the debate? Now he's using profanity. I won the debate. Like Trump feeds you BS and you eat it up. I won the debate, brother. Thank you for resorting to name calling and ad hominems. I won the debate. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. I won the debate. Every time I win a debate, they just go back to insults. Let me block him. Let me block him. He doesn't deserve to be here. Let me block. I used him as a bully pulpit to teach everybody what a tariff is, and I used him as an example of what TDS is. Huh? Somebody said Toyota subsidiary is closing its largest U.S. and auto parts in Marion, Arkansas by the end of 2027. Toyota is investing across 5 states also, right? You are somewhat wrong, but also right. Please tell me, Marcus, what parts am I wrong about? I am MAGA. Okay, tell me where I'm wrong, because I know I'm right. Democrats want failure. Everyone will lose with their mindset. I agree. What debate? You're the only one talking. Well, I'm not talking to you because you just got blocked. I'm not talking to you because you just got blocked. Man, I love you guys, man. I truly love my Americans, whether you're Democrat or Republican. MAGA is not deranged. I understand why we have a two-party system. There is a need for a two-party system. If we don't have a two-party system, that's a monarchy. The reason why we're fighting Iran, because they have a theocracy, a morality police. Iran beat a woman to death in a police van for not wearing a hijab properly. Iran just hung a young man in Tehran Square. Iran has a morality police. Iran is a theocracy. You cannot think or believe or pray to whomever you want and choose to with freedom. You have religious freedom in Iran. Do you know what a theocracy is? Do you know what a morality police is? Do you know what a hijab is? Do you know women are not free in Iran? Do you know gays are not free in Iran? They beat up and kill gay people. They beat up and kill women. Women can't drive. Do you understand what is really going on? Let's go to Trump. The greatest president of our lifetime. Trump is getting peace in Lebanon. As I talk to you about the Straits of Hormuz being closed and how, I'm going to get into how. I just told you about how we're closing the Straits of Hormuz. Remember, I just read to you, how do we do this in Iran? While everybody is player hating, what's going on? I read to you, we have 10,000 personnel in Iran. Navy, Marines, and Airmen integrated 24/7 enforcement. Warships, 16 combatants, 1 carrier, U.S. Abraham Lincoln, 11 destroyers, 3 amphibs, and 1 LCS. Air dominance. We have over 100 aircraft in the Middle East right now outside of Iran. This is how we're shutting down the Straits of Hormuz. F-35s, F-15Es, F-16s, and Super Hornets patrolling the no-fly, no-sail zone. The Silent Fleet, MK-18 Mode 2 Kingfish, unmanned undersea vehicles, UUVs clearing IRGC sticking mines. I'm gonna read that one more time because y'all don't know about DARPA. PDEGSF is only 10% of the Navy. We took over Venezuela in 3 minutes. We went into an army base and no one got hurt. And we took out Maduro and his wife and they looked beautiful coming off the plane. Listen to this. This is how we're doing this. The Silent Fleet. We have a silent fleet in Iran. MK-18 Mod 2 Kingfish. Unmanned undersea vehicles, basically underwater drones. They're called UUVs, clearing the IRGC sticking mines. Ground force, 3,500 Marines. So 10,000 personnel plus 3,500 Marines. We're talking about almost 20,000 people in the Middle East. How many people have been giving you this breakdown? Because I keep hearing Tucker and everybody saying how we're losing. In the Strait, we turned around 13 ships. I don't think that's losing. But if the American people knew, what was happening, how many boats we have over there, what's actually going on, I think they would be proud to know how it is, because it's not just talk. It's not just talk that the Straits of Hormuz are shut down. We turned around 14 boats. When you hear that, you might say, how we do that? Then I'll tell you 10,000 people, 3,500 Marines, 14 interceptions, confirmed wins, 14 vessels turned around or halted since Monday, 0 breaches. The Straits of Hormuz are closed. That means, in effect, Iran is drying out on the vine. They are dying every day. They are dying. They don't make money. Listen to this economic bleed. 435 million lost per day. Direct hit to Iran's regime and revenue. Oil market impact, 7 cents a gallon. Domestic gas prices falling as the war. Now let's talk about this economic piece. What's going on in Iran? The other day when I talked about Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson and all of the people saying that America is losing, double tap, get the like up. I said, okay, can they quantify whether or not America is losing? Because I said 9,000 sites hit. How many sites did the Iranians hit? About 3. Okay, how many lives? They have lost thousands, including the entire leadership of the IRGC. America has lost 13. Okay, how many ships? They have lost thousands. America has lost 3. Okay, how long would it take for America to build back what we've lost in this war versus how long will it take Iran to build back what they've lost in the war? Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, and everyone who says America is losing. Guess what the AI will tell you? It would take Iran 10 to 15 years to build back everything we've blown up and destroyed if, listen to this, you guys, if they had revenue. They don't have the revenue because Trump has shut the Straits of Hormuz. Similar when Trump in his first term took us out of the JPCOA, that God-forsaken nuclear deal that gave them the money to strengthen the fucking proxies. They made hundreds of billions of dollars a day when they had the Straits open under Biden and under Obama. That's how we got here, not Israeli fucking Jews. Shit. We didn't get here because of Israel, Bibi Netanyahu. We got here because Obama and Biden allowed them to make tons of money. They swore a promise to kill us, and they took that money and built up an army. And then when Biden stole the election in 2020, Biden left Afghanistan, and it was the most embarrassing thing for the American military that we've seen in the last 50 years. Now, a couple things happened when Biden left Afghanistan, the way he left Afghanistan. Biden in 2021 was supposed to be getting a new peace agreement with Iran. We had a favorable Ayatollah in Iran when Biden first became president. There was a window for Biden to get a peace agreement. Sleepy Joe fell asleep on the fucking job. Double tap at the like button. Sleepy Joe in Europe fell in Vienna in 2021 to get a peace agreement. And then Iran elected a hardliner. Now, keep in mind the same year, Biden withdraws from Afghanistan, leaving billions of dollars, leaving people, leaving allies, a complete embarrassment to the globe and the world. But wait, Biden lost the election because he left Afghanistan. What was MAGA said? You know what I say as MAGA? Republicans are not the only ones who watch Biden fail in Afghanistan. I'm going to say that 2 more times so we can have a real debate. Republicans are not the only people who watched Biden fail in Afghanistan. When Biden left Afghanistan in a failure and a shambles, the brand new hardliner who was elected in Iran celebrated. This has nothing to do with Israel or Jewish boogeyman. This is fucking Biden fuck-ups. This is Democratic fuck-ups that made America weak and emboldened our enemy. They already hated us. So we were the police of the Middle East. We had 2 wars in Iraq and Afghanistan for 20 years. If you understand how many troops we have in Iran in the Middle East right now and how the proxies are frozen, the Iranian proxies can't do any damage right now, right? Well, when America was in Iraq and both Afghanistan, the proxies, who you don't know who they are because you think that Israel is the bad guy. Well, let me educate you, dumb motherfuckers. Iran has proxies, Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis. They give Hamas $700 million a year. Where did the money come from? Biden and Obama allow Iran to make money via the Straits. Trump sanctioned them, stopped them from making money. Biden and Obama allowed them to make money. What did they do with the money? They funded the proxies, the Houthis, the Hamas, the Hezbollah. Hezbollah had, when we started, over 100,000 missiles. But when we were the police of the Middle East, when we had 2 wars, the proxies were basically ineffective. If you understand this dynamic, this is just pure math. We haven't even got partisan yet. I just want to explain to you the math of the Middle East. I'm not being partisan. I need you to understand this simple thing, that America was over there for 20 years. That kept down the sectarial violence and stopped the proxies from attacking Israel and other American outposts. When America left Afghanistan, there was a power vacuum. Can I get hashtag power vacuum in the chat? I still haven't brought up Israel. Have you guys noticed I still haven't brought up Israel? I still haven't brought up a Jewish boogeyman. Can anybody tell me where's the Jewish boogeyman in my assessment of these events? When Biden left Afghanistan, he created a power vacuum. Iran celebrated. I played the video. The brand new hardliner who just got elected in Iran celebrated. They laughed at Biden. We laughed at Biden, brothers and sisters. Are you guys listening? Iran had a hardliner elected. He laughed at Biden. He laughed at America. They call America weak. He refused to do a deal with America, and he started enriching uranium at very high levels. This is after Europe and America failed in Vienna in 2021. Are you guys listening? America and you and EU, listen to this. America wasn't even at the table. Europe, who is not our friends, NATO was the ones doing the negotiation. And MAGA, we argue that Europe purposely fucked up those talks. You don't know shit about NATO. You don't know shit about Europe. You don't even know about the JPOCOA, and you didn't even know that America wasn't there. That Europe was the one negotiating with Iran and fucked us. Europe fucked us. Europe fucked us in 2021. And pussy ass Joe Biden was asleep and sick and old and feckless, and he fucked America. Israel was attacked under Biden. Ukraine was attacked under Biden. All this bullshit, the open borders under Biden. Fucking Sleepy Joe. Fucking Sleepy Joe. Fucking Sleepy Joe. It's not Israel. It's not the Jews. It's the fucking Democrats. Fucking Kamala Harris went to the Munich Security Council and she said that Ukraine deserves to be part of NATO. Putin had a red line. Putin had one axe. Ukraine can never have a nuclear weapon. All this happened under Kamala and Biden. You fucking Democrats, you fucking haters. I hate you. This all happened under Obama. This all happened under Biden. This all happened under Kamala. What the fuck was she doing in Munich? She was supposed to be securing the Mexican-American border. Why was Kamala Harris in Munich? I played the fucking speech. I played it. The Ukraine has a right. This is Kamala Harris, your black queen. The Ukraine has a right. The Ukraine has a right. And what do you hear from Zelensky? What do you hear from Europe? What do you hear from Spanberger to this very fucking day? I'm talking about to February 28, 2026. Spanberger is still saying the Ukraine has a right to be part of NATO. Are you fucking serious? They think Americans are idiots. They think Americans are fucking idiots. To this day, Macron, France, Denmark, Spain, they still think they have a chance at making the Ukraine part of NATO. Can anybody tell me in the chat, why does Putin not want the Ukraine to be part of NATO? It's the same thing with Iran. Ukraine becomes part of NATO. They get a NATO base. And what do we put in the Ukraine? We put nuclear missiles pointed at Putin. And Putin said, you can never be part of NATO because I can't trust NATO. And NATO will put a nuclear fucking base in Ukraine. So Putin went to war because of Kamala Harris and NATO. Why don't we ever talk about the truth of how we got into these global conflicts? What about in 2014 when Zelensky came to power, when Biden was the vice president and he put his dirty dick son on the board of Burisma and helped Zelensky come to power so he could steal so him and his son can steal the Biden mafia crime family. The Biden mafia crime family. And Hunter Biden, you remember Hunter Biden, cocaine in the White House? Did you guys forget Hunter Biden crack, cocaine in the White House, sleeping with his brother's wife? Well, Hunter Biden was on the board of Burisma. Let me get this bitch out of here. Hunter Biden was on the board of Burisma. Biden was the envoy, i.e. the border czar for the Russia-Ukraine border when he was vice president under Obama. How many people knew that? How many people knew that this goes back to 2014, the day of revolution, and when Joe Biden was vice president? I did. I know that. That has nothing to do with Israel. Where is the Israeli boogeyman? Can somebody help me out? Where is the Israeli boogeyman? Huh? Where is the Israeli boogeyman? When Joe Biden in 2014 was causing shit in the Ukraine, where was the Israeli boogeyman? Where is the Jew? Where is this coordination between Jews and Trump and Israel being all powerful? See how I break down that narrative? It's lazy and it's racist. It's so lazy and racist to say Israel and Bibi Netanyahu. Whenever someone says Trump is Israel's lapdog, it lets me know they don't know shit about geopolitics. They don't know about when Biden was vice president. They don't know about how he got Macron. They don't know about Burisma. They don't know about Hunter Biden making money in the Ukraine without having experience. Joe Biden getting caught on the hot mic saying, if you want to get Joe Biden stopping money and doing a quid pro quo. Joe Biden. So they tried to get Donald Trump and Donald Trump Jr., right, in a hotel. Joe Biden was caught on a hot mic with a quid pro quo. And it's like I can't even talk about all these real facts with you guys. I can't even talk about all these facts because you have been propagandized so much. Yeah, I know you remember it, but why don't the Trump haters remember it? Why don't the people with TDS remember it? It's like they forget that Biden was vice president, that he did a lot of shit when he was vice president. One of them is fuck up the Ukraine, which led to a war in the Ukraine. His vice president. I'm only laying this down so that you guys understand 2021. Israel was in a war with Palestine. 2021 is when Biden fucked off the peace agreement. And this is the other part. Let me share this with you. So we leave Afghanistan, right? We were the police in the Middle East for 20 years. We protected Israel. We did. We leave the Middle East. They elect a hardliner in Iran, and guess what? Israel is by themselves. And guess what the proxies start doing? They start bombing Israel. So what I like to tell you, from 2021 to October 7th, Iran and its proxies soften up Israel. They didn't just do October 7th. How many people understand war games? So when America leaves Afghanistan, they immediately start attacking and seeing what are called soft targets and developing soft targets. They got so comfortable to the point where they executed October 7th. Iran via its proxies. And you don't learn that Iran funded Hezbollah $700 million a year and gave them intel to pull off October 7th. Instead, lazy racists suggest that Bibi Netanyahu had the legs to pull off October 7th. Where did Bibi Netanyahu get $700 million and hundreds of thousands of missiles? And so it's racist and it's lazy to suggest Bibi Netanyahu was behind October 7th. If you understand how Iran fights the proxy war and how many times before and after October 7th, Israel was bombed by proxies. Do you know Biden finally had to respond? Biden leaves Afghanistan. The Iranian proxies go crazy bombing us to where Biden finally had to send back a couple missiles right before they hit us on October 7th. Biden was a pussy ass president. Biden leaves the region, and when Biden sees the uptick of violence in the region, he doesn't do shit about it. And then now we're here where idiots try to come in my chat and say it's Israel's fault without understanding that Israel was by itself. Israel was getting its ass tapped the whole time after we left Afghanistan, and then finally they bombed October 7th, and October 8th, they bombed Israel another 160 times. You know what they never talk about? October 8th. You know what makes my argument? Not October 7th. October 7th was the most horrible day for Israel. It was their 9/11. But you know what happened the very next day? Iranian proxies went crazy and bombed them 160 times. It was all out onslaught on Israel because they knew no one was going to stop them. So when you look at how we got here, you have to look at what the Democrats did in the globe under Obama, under Biden, under Kamala. And when we have a 9/11 in America, because Joe Biden opened the borders, and we have Hezbollah Unit 910, just like the two young men who threw those improvised devices in New York, like the guy in Texas who had the Allah Akbar when we invaded Iran, he shot people. Hezbollah 910. Hezbollah 910, that is the American sleeper cells. And what did I tell you? 10 million people came across the border by Democratic estimates. The Republicans say 20 million. And I say to you, do you guys remember when those tractor trailers killed those Americans? Both of those guys had illegal licenses from California, but they weren't South American. They were from Yemen, but they came across the border in 2022. They came across the Mexican-American border, but they're not Mexican. Wait a minute. Why don't we talk about that when we talk about ICE? Why don't we talk about that when we talk about Iran? So wait a minute. You have all these truck drivers driving trucks in Minnesota and in California. They're not Mexican. They're not Americans. And they came here during the Biden era. But they have you in the street protesting, saying Trump is going after your Mexican-American brother. I live in California. I have Mexicans in my family, and a lot of them are Republican. No one believes Trump is going after Mexican-Americans. No one, but they have you in the street protesting, doing no ICE protests, saying that Trump is going after Latinos and Mexicans. But what we truly need to worry about is the Middle Eastern who came across the border in 2022. We've had 2 people from Yemen get licenses in California and kill Americans. I'm gonna say it again. We had 2 people from Yemen, not South America. I don't know even how it happened. How do you get from Yemen to South America and then cross over into America? How do you get from the Middle East to South America and then come across the Mexican-American border because Biden opened it, and then California give you a license? Can you guys understand this? And then California give you a license, and then you kill, and then you unalive Americans. You take that license and you can't read English, and you do a illegal U-turn in Florida, and you unalive Americans. Let's go to Trump and the great peace agreement that Trump, the reason why we're even able to do this is Trump has told Israel to sit down, as everybody talk about Israel being this whole powerful. Well, Israel was bombing Lebanon and jeopardizing the peace. Trump just got Israel to stop bombing Lebanon, and we got peace.
We have in Lebanon and tried to make peace before. What's going to be the difference this time? Me. I'm the big difference. Me. We have in Lebanon and tried to make peace before. What's going to be the difference this time? Me. I'm the big difference. Me. We have in Lebanon and tried to make peace before. What's going to be the difference this time? Me. I'm the big difference. Me. We have in Lebanon and tried to make peace before. What's going to be the difference this time? Me. I'm the big difference. Me. We have in Lebanon and tried to make peace before. What's going to be the difference this time? Me. I'm the big.
Big difference. Me. That's Donald Trump saying he's the difference to get peace right now. President Trump states he is the difference in Israel-Lebanon peace efforts when questioned by a reporter. A reporter asked Trump what would make the difference in Israel and Lebanon making peace this time after previous failed attempts. Trump responded, me. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. Trump announces 10-day Israel-Lebanon ceasefire agreement. How many people knew about that? Trump announces 10-day Lebanon ceasefire agreement. Let's get into the details of the 10-day. Trump announced Thursday. This is today. Breaking news, evening edition, Perfect Timing Podcast. Get the likes up. Hold on a minute, y'all. How's that? Let me plug in my phone real quick. Plug in my phone real quick. Let me plug in my phone real quick. All right. Double tap, hit the like button, man. We've been slow on the likes, but it's a late night, man. We've been slow on the likes, but it's a late night. And I appreciate everybody being here. Normally, we live Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. So I appreciate everybody being here with me on the late night hype. Truly. Let's get into this Trump peace agreement with Lebanon. I got some video. Let me read it again. I just want to plug in my phone, man, so I could get multiple ways to make sure I'm taking care of the chat in the most efficient way possible. Thank y'all for hanging out with me, man. Double tap, hit the like button. You're watching the Perfect Timing Podcast. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. While we that's wild, bro. Thank y'all for thank y'all. Trump stopped Venezuela drug trafficking president that had killed the United States by the thousands with drugs. Double tap. Thank you for that. Trump is the greatest president. Trump is the first president to have a drug war and not wage the drug war by putting black men that look like me in prison. Every other president had a drug war. You know how they fight the drug war? They put black men and Americans in jail. This is the first president who said, I'm going to fight the drug war by going to where they make the cocaine, blow up and kill the people who are importing. How many drug boats were blown up? Does anybody know? I know. How many drug boats were blown up by Pete Hegseth and his crew, and how many oil tankers were taken out? How many drug boats were blown up, and how many cartel members were killed on those drug boats? It was 25 to 30 drug boats and over 100 cartel members, and over thousands of keys of cocaine were destroyed during the efforts before we took Maduro. So that's a real drug war. For all the black people, there are more black men incarcerated in America than there are people incarcerated globally because of this drug war. America's drug war has costed fathers, kids. I love Trump for so many reasons. We could talk about the drug war. RFK is testifying today, and there's a bunch of black people mad at RFK for the changes that he's made to the vaccine schedule. It's like they don't read. It's like, black Democrats hate black people. There's so many people who hate black people, and then they try to disguise their racism and their hate. Black people can be racist too. Black people can be racist too. Yeah, Biden did the crime bill, Democrats. So Trump and RFK have changed the vaccine schedule, namely the MMR. When people talk about Trump being racist, I bring up the MMR. RFK is testifying on Capitol Hill today. You have all these black Democrats calling RFK, saying that he shouldn't be there. And RFK is the greatest person that Trump ever appointed, because RFK fired all of those cronies at the CDC who were getting paid by Big Pharma. And RFK said to Trump, look, the MMR, and this is the thing about Trump and racism, the MMR, if you read the research, measles, mumps, and rubella, it adversely affected who? Black boys from the age of 3 to 5 years old. The CDC data on autism and ADHD came back that it is possible that black boys were being adversely affected by the MMR. So what did Trump do? Trump said, okay, we're going to break it up. I'm not saying that we're not going to give the measles vaccine, but if RFK, and this is Jenny McCarthy, if we have 20 if we have 20 years of research saying that the MMR would be better if separated, why not just separate it? I love black boys. Don't you love black kids? Are we not doing this because it's only affecting black children? Is that why we're not doing it? So Trump separated the MMR. Trump separated the MMR. You still can get the measles vaccine. It's just like when I was a kid, I didn't get the MMR. You didn't get the MMR. My mother didn't get the MMR. Do you guys understand? That's why autism is this new thing, because they changed the vaccine schedule and how the vaccines were given. I did not get the MMR. My mom and my grandmother did not get the MMR. We had measles. I got mumps. I got the rubella vaccine, but I did not get the MMR, the new product where it was combined. What year did it come out? I almost cussed you out. Almost cussed them out. I almost cussed them out because they be so 1971. 1971. So it's this new generation, and that's when you see the uptick. That's why the CDC, I'm not talking about my opinion. I'm talking about CDC. I'm talking about RFK. I'm talking about data that you can go research on your own. I have children. I have black boys, so I've done the research. I work in healthcare. I work in healthcare IT, so I know about these things and I read about these things. Get this down. These people, they hate. I don't know why the hate is so bad. I don't know why the hate. Why do you hate so bad? Measles cases are up 200% under the Trump administration. You are ignorant. You are willfully myopic. Oh man, they just read anything dumb. What does that have to do with what I'm saying? What does measles cases being up have to do with anything about the MMR in the data? If people would stop looking at the color of the skin and research history, the Democrats started the slave. That's very true. Autism isn't new. The number of people who have it is through the roof. Thank you. What does the measles case being up have to do with Trump and RFK separating the MMR? It has nothing to do because you can still get the MMR. You can still get the measles vaccine. Measles is harmless, thank you. In the 80s, they said MMR in the 60s and the 70s was not refrigerated properly and told us to get a new one. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I know everybody's not dumb. I know everybody's not dumb, bro. I know, because I work at Kaiser. I worked for Kaiser for 15 years. I know we got some nurses and doctors in the chat. A lot of nurses I work with at Kaiser don't even vaccinate their kids. And we couldn't even talk about this shit 4 years ago because Biden was working with, remember when Biden was working with Google and Twitter before Elon Musk bought Twitter? I couldn't even talk about this on Google and YouTube because they would shut me down. Now I could be honest about this shit. What is wrong with you dummies, bro? Measles are here again. What is wrong with the dummies, bro? I'm a doctor again, willfully myopic. You ain't no motherfucking doctor. You ain't even say shit about it. I keep asking you, what the fuck does what you said have to do with, let's be honest though, about what, Marcus? What the fuck measles made a comeback because of the massive flow of immigrants? Thank you. What the fuck does the MMR being separated and children still receiving the measles vaccine have to do with the uptick? And they never fucking answer the question. Fucking Trump do make everyone take the COVID. Trump did the warp speed. But it's way more to it than that, bro. You know I know my shit. And it sounds like you just know a little bit. I don't want to pick on you, and that's not our topic tonight. But Marcus, you just know, you like a lot of people, Marcus, that know a little bit about a lot. And it makes you dangerous because it's actually ignorant. Right? No, it's all good. I'm not mad at you, bro. I'm I'm glad you're here, man. I love you. I support you. But a lot of people like you, man, are the people they know a little bit about a lot, and it makes you dangerous. They didn't get anyone that come to America. Yeah, you know a little bit about a lot, and it makes you dangerous, man. You need to do more research on these particular topics and then stop just spraying out little shit because you just know a little bit, and that you don't know nothing about the actual topic. What you're regurgitating is sound bites. And it should be obvious to everybody listening that I go way deeper than the motherfucking soundbite. Right? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Trump announced Thursday that Israel and Lebanon agreed to a 10-day ceasefire starting at 5 p.m. Eastern following conversation with Lebanese President Joseph and Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. The deal came after their Tuesday meeting in Washington with U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, J.D. Vance 2028, or Marco Rubio 2028. Amid Israel operations against Hezbollah in southern Lebanon, Israel officials see hope for broader peace like the Abraham Accords, but Lebanon stayed cautious with Aon declining a direct call from Netanyahu and no Israel troop withdrawal plan yet. This is breaking. Israel has just committed a civilian massacre in Lebanon. We coming to you live right now from Lebanon, everybody. Live right now. Trump is in peace talks. You might ask, how are we shutting down the Straits of Hormuz? How are we doing peace right now? Well, I don't know if people know logistically where Lebanon is as it relates to Israel. When I did my research and I looked at the map, you may be clear, have a clearer understanding on why Israel is reluctant to give up on their bombing campaign of Lebanon as it relates to the logistical proximity of where Lebanon sits as it relates to Israel versus Iran. Double tap at the like button. We coming to you live from Lebanon. Peace agreement, peace in the Middle East. Trump getting peace in Lebanon. So the report is that Israel has struck domestic sites in Lebanon. But keep in mind, I was the first person to tell you about Israel striking Tel Aviv, getting past the Iron Dome, right? I was the first one to tell you about Israel striking Tel Aviv, getting past the Iron Dome. And so they want you to be, I don't know. They want you to be upset, or I don't know what they want you to be when they talk about Lebanon, domestic sites. So I'm going to show you what I showed you about Iranian missiles attack struck Tel Aviv. So again, they just showed Lebanon, apartment buildings in Lebanon. For all of the Trump, the Trump haters and the TDS, they show apartment buildings in Lebanon because they know everybody will say Trump is committing war crimes and all this shit, but they don't show this. You have to come to my show for the full truth. If you're not watching the Perfect Timing podcast, you're not getting the full truth. You're not seeing everything. Y'all, I'm sorry, you're not seeing everything. But because a lot of you believe in this Israeli boogeyman, you don't know about the Iron Dome felling. Why isn't America rebuilding the Iron Dome? If we are lapdogs of Israel, then how is Iran getting past the Iron Dome? And why is Iran targeting domestic sites? Israel's National Emergency Service said there were at least 4 impact sites in the city, and that several people were treated for injuries, not soldiers. These are domestic civilians who were targeted and shot and killed by Iranian missiles. Number one, Iran promised Joe Biden in the JPCOA. Remember the agreement? Does anybody remember the agreement? Well, Iran promised Joe Biden that they weren't developing ballistic missiles. They weren't developing uranium. They weren't developing these capabilities. They weren't developing missiles that could hit Iran, missiles that could hit 4,000 kilometer Indian American base in the middle of the Indian Ocean. They promised us in the peace agreement they weren't doing this, but here it is. I have video. Iran with the capability to get past the Iron Dome. Here it is. At this time, Israeli officials They found a 220-pound warhead that struck the road. Iran hit domestic sites in Tel Aviv. Again, Iran is able to strike beyond the Iron Dome. Double tap, hit the like button. They want you to focus on Lebanon. They want you to focus on Israel and the boogeyman. Iran is able to get past the Iron Dome, his domestic sites in Tel Aviv.
It's exploded above cars and make a big hole in the ground.
Look at the damage. Look at the damage in Tel Aviv. Why isn't this on CNN every day? Why isn't this on CNN every day? Because it goes against the boogeyman narrative. It goes against the super Jew narrative. It goes against Bibi Netanyahu working in the back doors with Trump giving hugs and kisses and running America. This goes against all of those narratives, right? So they don't show it. Let's show what the Israelis, the super Israelis, you know, the people controlling the world. Let's look at them now.
Ground.
Feels that you're a duck. Under like waiting to the missiles to hit you, or
like a sitting duck. You hear what he said?
Or someone next to you. So you don't really know. You're just listening to whatever commands that we get, and we are doing whatever we need to do in order to protect.
So this is a citizen, not a soldier. I am showing you a video of a citizen. So we're seeing domestic sites being hit by Iran. Iran has the ability to get beyond the Iron Dome. We thought that wasn't possible. And these are citizens in Israel saying, I feel like a sitting duck and there's nothing I can do. This doesn't sound like the boogeyman that everyone keeps talking about in my chat. Do you guys see the boogeyman that everyone keeps talking about in my chat? He said, I feel like a sitting duck. There's nothing I can do. And apartment buildings are being blown up and civilians are being murdered in Israel. And they can't protect themselves. So please tell me, where's the Superman?
Protect ourselves. But we know we need luck also. You need luck.
That's what we doing right now. Focusing on America. That's what we doing right now. Focusing on America. That's what we doing right now. Focusing on America. That's the whole plan right now, but y'all don't get it. That's the whole thing that we're doing ever since we went to Venezuela. Like I just talked about, Trump is the first president actually fighting a real drug war. Trump is the first president actually fighting a real drug war, actually going to the place where cocaine is created, stopping the cocaine, blowing up cocaine manufacturing plants, killing drug dealing cartels, blowing up drug boats. That's America first, stopping cocaine and fentanyl that kills 100,000 Americans every year. That's why we went to Venezuela, making sure that we have enough oil for the situation that happens right now. We went to Venezuela first so that we can secure what we're doing right now in Iran. And what are we doing actually in Iran right now? We have closed the Straits of Hormuz and no ships can leave out of the Straits. We turned around 14 ships. I'm showing you this to show you that Israel has the capability. Iran has the capability to hit domestic targets in Israel because they want us to focus on Lebanon. Here is the reports from Lebanon, but Trump has Israel calming down. So they want you. So a lot of you only have seen these reports of Israel bombing Lebanon, but you haven't seen the reports that I just showed you of Iran being able to hit Tel Aviv beyond the Iron Dome. This is Lebanon. I'm coming to you live from Lebanon. Live from Lebanon. Live from Lebanon. This is live from Lebanon. Coming to you live from Lebanon. Trump says he's the reason we gonna have peace in Lebanon. Trump said why did we go to Venezuela? Somebody said that's not the reason we went to Venezuela. You on the stage right now, homie. Why did we go to Venezuela, Craig? That's not the reason we went to Venezuela. We had nothing to do with drugs, but it had to do with us preventing the expansion of American enemies from setting up any military in Western civilization. This is again one of these idiots that is not. Oh God, it's just talking points that they got from someone's ass. Take your head out of someone else's ass, Craig. Take your head out of someone else's ass. How many drug boats were blown up? I mean, everybody, just create your own podcast, bro. Don't come here with the stupid shit, bro. Just go do your own podcast and watch how long you have your. I promise you, your ass get taken down in 5 seconds because you just say stupid shit. How many drug boats were blown up for the asshole who says that we didn't go there? Israel was fighting to set the people free from their murderous government in Iran. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. How many drug boats were blown up? We didn't go there for drugs. They just want to disagree with a pimp. We didn't go there for. How many drug boats were blown up? How many drug boats were blown up? You guys don't remember the news storm? Pete Hegseth, he has to retire. Pete Hegseth has to step down. Why? Because we blew up a drug boat and we did a double tap on a drug boat. Does anybody remember? Over 30 drug boats, over 100 drug dealers murdered. And before we went to go get Maduro, what did we do? We blew up a drug facility, a cocaine manufacturing plant. We blew it up out the motherfucking water. So you're telling me we didn't go to Venezuela to stop the cocaine, to stop the fentanyl? We were just blowing up drug boats? Fucking piece of shit, lying piece of shit. They were fishing boats. God damn. They were fishing. Remember, I roasted them about the fishing boats. Remember, we roasted them about the fishing boat. A go fast. A go fast fishing boat, right? A go fast fishing boat at 2 in the morning. We went for the oil. We went for the oil. No, we keeping the oil. We keeping the oil. We went for all of the things I said, everything from above. They even set up, come on, man. Everybody want to be right. Just go do your own podcast, man. Because don't nobody even know. No one even put. It's so easy. Just Google it. You only got one. And I know you guys are broke because I got multiple devices. You got one device. You don't got your laptop open. You don't got your TV on. You don't got your cell phone. All you got to do is just go Google it. If you wasn't so fucking broke, go Google it, bro. How many drug boats were blown up? How many cocaine kilos? How many cartel members were murdered? Before you say something stupid about we didn't go there for the cocaine. Cocaine wasn't the bait. The cocaine wasn't the bait, dum-dum. It was everything, but you white boys need to go create your own podcast if you so right. Damn, man. Trump said the fentanyl. See, this is the thing about the idiots who don't understand geopolitics. What is cocaine, y'all? What is cocaine? Why is the cocaine? It's just like the poppy fields, the opium, the opiates, opium. What were we doing in Afghanistan? Did the soldiers say? To be so naive about the cocaine in Venezuela shows your ignorance. Because it's the same thing in Afghanistan with the poppy fields and the opium and the sacklers and the uptick of opium use. How many people know about the opium crisis in Iran? How many people in China are addicted to opium? How many people in Iran? This is something I've been saving. I do so much research. That's why I'm so confident. That's why I can call him a pussy so quickly. That's why I call him troll so quickly, because I've done so much research. I have so much knowledge on this subject matter. And they don't know shit. They're just racist, penis envy, small dick men coming in my chat with their limited knowledge. They don't know shit. Venezuela was hugely about the fentanyl and the cocaine, and what the fentanyl and the cocaine and the people who push the fentanyl and the cocaine in America and Trump and the powers that be understand how they use that drug to cripple countries from the inside out. It was 4D chess. So again, I ask you, do you know about the opium crisis in Iran? Do you know about the opium crisis in China? You don't. You don't understand what the world is really about. It's not about oil. I would love so this is the thing about you blaming the Jews and you blaming Israel. It's lazy and it's easy. When you say oil, it's lazy and it's easy. But if you really want to know how sinister and how evil the world is, then you would look at the cocaine and the drug trade. You would look at why soldiers were in Afghanistan guarding opium and poppy fields. It's not about stopping China to get the oil, right? I wish you guys were more intelligent, but you just say the easy answer. China has an opium problem. And they've had an opium problem for a long time. Anybody who knows about geopolitics understand that this is not a joke. These addicts, and Iran has an opium problem that has increased under the Ayatollah. Under the IRGC, Iran's opium has exploded into a crisis. Heroin addiction. How many of you knew that? United States has the opiate problem because of the other countries. This is so much that people don't know. Come on, the Middle East has always been the main producer of opium since the Silk Road. Come on, come on, come on. China opium problem started because of the British. Come on, now we having the real talk. Now we having the real geopolitical, and you got to understand how much Americans love cocaine. How much Americans love cocaine and what the cocaine fuel. The cocaine, see, in Venezuela, why did Maria Mercado get the Nobel Peace Prize? She said Venezuela can't be invaded by America. Why? Because you guys don't understand how cocaine and drugs work in the illegal market. So what was happening in Venezuela? Venezuela was doing more than cocaine. They want the money. It's all about power and politics and guns. So Hezbollah and Hamas had training facilities in Venezuela. We already had Iranian proxies in South America training and working with Maduro, trading oil, dirty crude, and cocaine for guns and training. We shut down the whole cocaine was a huge part of it. Maduro doesn't have the influence without the cocaine and the cartels. How are you that? I know. See, now you at home, I blocked you. You probably feeling stupid like, yeah, you didn't say it like that. I don't have to fucking say it like that. If you're so fucking smart to come in my chat and say that stupid shit, you're supposed to know better. You're supposed to fucking know better. You're supposed to know better. You're supposed to know and understand how cocaine and heroin and opium plays a role, just like he said in the Silk Road. So Maduro and them had leverage. And they made trades and deals. That dirty, remember that oil tanker that we captured that had the special technology that exchanged flags, and they were going to send oil to China and Russia with this dirty oil tanker? It was all about the cocaine, brother. Maduro is not a factor. Venezuela is not a factor unless they sell cocaine. No, it's not Don Jr. It's Hunter Biden. It's Hunter Biden. And this is the sad part about being American in 2026 is that you have real criminals, bro. And everybody has jokes. And Hunter Biden didn't go to jail. He was guilty of felonies. He was guilty of using cocaine. He was guilty of just being a horrible piece of shit. And he got pardoned. You won't get a pardon. And you come in here and you make this stupid fucking joke. And the sad part is Hunter Biden broke felony after felony after felony, and he was set free. and you talk about Don Jr. and Hunter Biden smoked crack and fucked his brother's wife. He dropped cocaine in the White House. Bill Clinton got his dick sucked and cheated on his wife in the White House. How do you find it in your mouth? Like my mama used to say, rest in peace, Mama Shirley. How do you fix your mouth to say something about Don Jr. without addressing Hunter Biden's pardon? How do you fix your mouth to say anything about Don Jr. without addressing the Hunter? This is not partisan, brother. I would hope it's not partisan. I would hope it's not partisan. I would hope you would want a crackhead piece of shit to go to jail. Instead, you bring up Don Jr. It just don't make no sense, man. And he thought that was funny, man. He thought it was funny. He didn't think I was going to go. He didn't think I was going to bring up Hunter Biden dropping cocaine in the White House. Hunter Biden committing felony after felony. Hunter Biden getting a pardon. Don Jr. didn't get no pardon. No, I want to know how much the motherfucker got paid who brought up Don Jr. instead of Hunter Biden. We in Lebanon. We in Lebanon. The Straits of Hormuz shut down. Then we in Lebanon. Israel just bombed Lebanon. Iran just bombed Tel Aviv. Israel just bombed Lebanon. Trump said we're going to get peace in Lebanon. Let me show you my brother from another mother, Scott Bessick. A lot of people have questioned about the Straits of Hormuz being shut down. Are the Straits of Hormuz shut down? Have they been shut down?
Define negativity.
What win looks
Here's
like.
what win looks.
There's a lot of debate on whether or not America is winning. This is my brother Scott Bessick getting this, and I don't know, this strong face wig wearing. I tell you, boy, this generation of strong face wig wearing women, I'm done. No more strong face wig wearing women shaking their mean girl finger without any intelligent things to say. Simply because you got a strong face and a wig and you get angry like Jasmine Crockett, we don't want you no more. We don't want Jasmine Crockett. We don't want you. We want intelligent people that can articulate policy.
Negotiations failed. We don't know if they will start up again. There's a blockade, yes, and it's effective, but it's not benefiting the United States in terms of access or any of our allies around the world.
If they succumb
So
to
where
pressure,
is the victory there, and how can this
Can I ask you a question? Do you want us?
How does this not benefit the United States? How does the Straits of Hormuz, let's get a poll up. Does the Straits of Hormuz being closed benefit the United States? Does the Straits of Hormuz being closed benefit the United States? Put a 1 in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat if you believe the Straits of Hormuz being closed benefits the United States. Put a 1 in the chat.
Negotiations failed. We don't know if they will start up again. There's a blockade, yes, and it's effective, but it's not benefiting the United States in terms of access or any of our allies around the world.
if they succumb
So
to
where
pressure,
is the victory there, and how can this
Can I ask you a question? Do you want us? Do you want us to win? Do you want us to defeat these people?
I always want the U.S. to win. but
Because
let
it
me tell you
sounds to me
something.
like
Could
you are cheering for a bad outcome.
Could you define what win
Can you?
looks like?
Because all you can seem to do is define negativity.
What win looks
Here's
like.
what win
though.
looks like. These
Because,
fanatics don't get a nuclear
again,
weapon.
the
Period.
American
Full stop.
people
That's a win.
deserve-
and freedom of dissent.
American people deserve to know why our troops are there. What is it exactly that we're fighting for?
We're
If it's
going
to
to
open
stop
up the
them
strait,
from getting
the straits were
a
open.
nuclear weapon.
Negotiations failed.
Let's pay attention, everybody. People keep saying the straits are open. China get past. No, the straits are closed. The straits are closed. China ain't getting shit. China is not against us. China does not give a fuck about Iran. I'll expand on that more. Listen, she's going to tell you. This is a Democrat. She will admit the straits are closed. Please listen before you leave a comment.
We don't know if they will start up again. There's a blockade, yes, and it's effective, but it's not benefiting the United States
in terms of access?
There's a blockade and it's effective. Double tap at the like button. We don't have enough likes, man. I know we on a late night hype. Breaking news, breaking news. The Straits of Hormuz are closed. 14 ships have been turned around. But it's not just that the Straits of Hormuz are closed. I can say this confidently that I know for a fact that the Straits of Hormuz are closed and no ships are getting through. How can I confidently say that no ships are getting through? Because I know what we have in the region. I've read it to you. Y'all want to hear it again? 10,000 is the total personnel. Navy, Marines, and Airmen, 16 combatants, an airship, USS Abraham, 11 destroyers, 3 amphibious, 1 LCS, over 100 aircraft, F-35, F-15Es, F-16s, and Super Hornets patrolling the no-fly zone. We have drones, underwater drones, above air drones, fucking everywhere drones. MK-18 Mode 2 Kingfish, unmanned undersea vehicles, UUVs, clearing the mines. Ground Force, Marines, 3,500 Marines. The 31st MEU on USS Tripoli specialize in visit, broad, search, and seizure in order to go on land and go get the uranium. I said we got troops in the Middle East prepared to go in Iran and get the motherfucking uranium. Double tap at the like button. How much have Iran lost? $430 fucking million a day. Direct hit to Iran regime's revenue. That just lets you know how much money they were able to make, how much money we was able to make. They were able to make how much money they were able to make when Biden allowed them and Obama allowed them to make money in the Straits of Hormuz with that bad and horrible nuclear deal. You know, that nuclear deal that Trump got us out of and put sanctions back on Iran. Trump got us out of that JPCOA deal and put sanctions on Iran, because now you understand why did we put sanctions on Iran. They had the ability to make $400 million a day. And what did they do with the money? They supplied their proxies to the tune of Hezbollah $700 million a year. Hamas $300 million a year. Hamas $300 million. Well, you might say those numbers sound astronomical. Where did they get the money from? Right now, we understand where they got the money from. How and why did Trump take us out of the JPCOA, the feckless, the impetus fucking non-nuclear deal from Obama and Biden? Because it allowed them to enrich uranium. Because it allowed them to enrich uranium. Double tap and hit the like button. So when I talk about the fact that we are shutting down the Straits of Hormuz, it's not just the fact that we shut down the Straits of Hormuz. It's that we are 10,000 deep. We are 10,000 deep. So when people tell you that we're shutting down the Straits of Hormuz, they got to give you the actual facts, man. How are we shutting down the Straits of Hormuz? Why are we having the capability? Because while everybody was sleeping, I said that's going to be my next book. While you were sleeping, right? That's going to be my next book. While you were sleeping, because everybody is sleeping and hating on President Trump. We done got 10,000 troops in the region. Double tap, hit the like button. We done got 10,000 troops in the region. 10,000 troops fit. And then Pete Hegseth said, even though I read you these numbers of the massive deployment that we have, Pete Hegseth have stated it's only 10% of our Navy. While Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens say we're losing, as I report to you, all of the massive fleet that we have, it's only 10% of our Navy. And we have beat Iran, and we have closed the Straits of Hormuz with 10% of our Navy. Double tap at the like button. Trump is a genius. America is the greatest.
Iran. According to U.S. Central Command, there are more than 10,000 service personnel and at least 12 warships in the region, including U.S. Navy guided missile destroyers, enforcing the blockade on the Iranian coastline. Reuters has reported that U.S. ships are positioned outside the Strait of Hormuz in the Gulf of Oman. In this satellite image from...
Thought I was showing the video, man. That's why I got to get the cell phone up. That's why I get the cell phone up, because God bless you too, brother. God bless you too, brother. Doing the hard work out here. Doing the hard work.
According to US Central Command, there are more than 10,000 service personnel and at least 12 warships in the region, including US Navy guided missile destroyers, enforcing the blockade on the Iranian coastline. Reuters has reported that US ships are positioned outside the Strait of Hormuz in the Gulf of Oman. In this satellite image from Saturday, we can see what is likely to be the USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier in the Gulf of Oman, roughly 125 miles south of the Iranian coast. The US says its blockade targets only Iranian port traffic, while leaving the Strait of Hormuz open to vessels transiting to and from non-Iranian ports.
If you do not comply with this blockade, we will use force.
According to Reuters, at least 8 ships crossed the strait on the first day of the blockade, but the US says 6 vessels were forced to turn back. One of them is the Chinese-owned Rich Starry, an oil tanker sanctioned by the US.
Double tap hit the motherfucking like button. Double tap hit the motherfucking like button. Didn't some pussy come in the chat and say China got through? I said, didn't some pussy come in the chat and say China got through just to troll without having any information, without having any facts? And what do? I drop a motherfucking coffin nail. Huh? What do? I drop a motherfucking coffin nail. They just be talking. Why you think I be so cruel to their bitch ass? China got turned around. The straits are closed. Iran will wither away on the vine. Remember what I told you? I said I did my research. I said Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens said we losing. I said, okay, how much have we lost compared to what Iran has lost? We lost 3 soldiers, a couple ships. Iran has lost thousands of ships. We destroyed Iran's army, air force, and navy. So I said, how long would it take for Iran to build back everything we destroyed? It would take 10 to 15 years. America doesn't have any recovery time because we've only lost 3 things. And we're only using 10% of our navy. It will take Iran 10 to 15 years to rebuild back their army, navy. You can't build back the IRG leadership because we killed them. 40 top members of the IRGC, they already were having, going back to the 12-day war, they already having protests in the street. People don't know that there are Christian Iranians, there are Jewish Iranians, there are Catholic Iranians. There were up to 2 to 3 million Jews, Christian, and Catholics in Iran. They're only 200,000 now. The IRGC and the morality police and the Theocracy has made the Iranian Jew, Christian, and Catholic flee the country. Did you guys know that? You didn't fucking know that because you don't fucking know shit. Iran is a complex, diverse, beautiful country. It had scientists and doctors and flourished before Ayatollah Khomeini came in with the morality police. Did you know that? Did you know that? So the Straits of Hormuz are shut down. Do you know what's happening in Cuba? Does anyone know what's happening in Cuba? Double tap it to like, but not enough likes. Double tap it to like. Do you know what's happening in Cuba? In Cuba, they have not had oil. They have not had gas. They not have energy for 3 months. Why? Because we took Venezuela and we told the globe, we told China and Russia, if you help Cuba, we will lobby heavy tariffs upon you. So they have not helped Cuba. So Cuba and communism is dying out. Marco Rubio is in back chats with Cuban leadership, just like he was in back chats with Venezuelan leadership. And Maduro and his wife got out of Venezuela looking pretty fucking good. Anybody want to know why Maduro got out of Venezuela looking so fucking good? Because Marco Rubio was on the fucking phone on the back channel asking Maduro, hey, check this out, we coming. If you don't want to be there, they're going to kill you. Check this out, they coming. Marco Rubio 2028. Marco Rubio back chats in Cuba. So for all of my people, my channel skews older. 60, 65 years old. They remember the Bay of Pigs. They remember JFK. They remember communism in Cuba. They remember Castro. How do you feel knowing that Trump as president will have communism end in Cuba without one bullet? Without one bullet. No bullets. Remember the Bay of Pigs? Remember JFK was murdered because they had investments in Cuba. Who watched The Godfather 1 and 2? The mafia had $1 million investments in Cuba. Everybody had to leave. They lost all the money. They lost all the investments. They wanted to kill JFK. 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 Hello, double tap at the like button. Is this motherfucking thing on? Is this motherfucking thing on? Is this motherfucking thing on? It defines American history. The Bay of Pigs, Cuba, communism, Castro, and we will fucking end communism. We will fucking end communism in Cuba without one fucking bullet because of Trump is the greatest fucking president in the fucking time and era of your whole fucking life. Let's get back into this shit. Let's get back into this shit. The Straits of Hormuz is shut down, and China, even though the TDS Trump haters say China got through, China was turned around. 13 ships have been turned around. It is a no-fly zone. It is a no-go zone. Iran is no longer the gas station of the world. The gas station is closed. What happens to a gas station if it can't sell gas? It goes out of business. What happens to a gas station if it can't sell gas? It goes out of business. What happens to a gas station if it can't sell gas? It goes the fuck out of business.
One of them is the Chinese.
It's business. It's business time.
Chinese-owned Rich Starry, an oil tanker sanctioned by the US. As you can see here, it changed its route after trying to exit the strait on Tuesday. Admiral Brad Cooper of the US Central Command.
China exited the strait, changed their route. It's business. It's business time.
If you do not comply with this blockade, we will use force.
According to Reuters,
that is a young naval officer, a junior officer, a young naval junior officer giving the announcement, if you do not leave, we will board you. If you do not leave the Straits of Hormuz, we will board you. Double tap at the like button. It's business. It's business time. Yeah, it's business time. America in the Middle East. 13 warships, hundreds of airplanes, shutting down all the oil. It's business. It's business time.
Open to vessels transiting to and from non-Iranian ports.
If you do not comply with this blockade, we will use force.
According to Reuters,
blockade is already working. That's the video. The blockade is already working. That's the video. Do you understand, dum-dum? The blockade is working if you just pay attention and listen. Premature ejaculators. Premature ejaculators. I'm not going to calm down. You know why I'm not going to calm down? Because it's business. It's business time. Yeah, it's business time, everybody. It's business is back in America. Iran is shut down and America is the only gas station open. Do you know why? It's business. It's business time.
At least 8 ships crossed the strait on the first day of the blockade. But the US says 6 vessels were forced to turn back. One of them is the Chinese-owned Rich Starry, an oil tanker sanctioned by the US. As you can see here,
the Chinese enriched Starry, 13 ships have been turned around, including the Chinese ship Starry. Y'all know about that. That's that comedy group. I'm a comedy aficionado. I love comedy, man. And I like a lot of different types of comedy. Those are those 2 Australian guys. They did movies, but they used to be a comedy duo like Keenan and Kel, and they had, it's business. I'll bring it up and we'll watch the video. But that's one of my favorite. What's the name of the comedy duo? Let's get back to it. The Straits of Hormuz shut down. China has been turned around. We're going to see a visual of the Chinese ship being turned around right now.
Back. One of them is the Chinese-owned Rich Starry, an oil tanker sanctioned by the US. As you can see here, it changed its route after trying to exit the strait on Tuesday. Admiral Brad Cooper of the US Central Command said in a statement that in the first 36 hours of the blockade, US forces had completely stopped Iran's maritime trade. One complication for the US blockade and for insurers is that GPS jamming in the Persian Gulf is making some ships effectively invisible as they travel through the region. Traffic through the Strait of Hormuz is still only a fraction of what it was before the war. Hundreds of vessels remain stuck in the Persian Gulf. Markets have been relatively calm. As of Wednesday, traders are treating the blockade as a limited disruption rather than a major threat to global energy supply.
You upgraded your phone, your headphones, your monitor, but your YouTube player still.
So that is the facts on the ground, ladies and gentlemen. I got the great visual.
U.S. Navy guided.
This is how we are shutting down the Straits of Hormuz, including the Chinese ship. I know a lot of people wanted to believe that the Chinese ship did not get turned around. The Chinese ship is turned around. The Straits of Hormuz are shut down. I just wanted to play that for y'all so y'all can actually, so people tell y'all shit and they don't show you the logistics of what's happening. That video is a computerized graphic of what is happening and how we are logistically actually shutting down the Straits of Hormuz. Not just talk, not just conjecture, actual graphics. And you heard the voice of the Navy junior officer telling the Chinese ship, turn around or we will board you. And you saw the graphic of them turning around. Again, let's go to the strong face, wig wearing hooligan who is not on the side of America. We are done with you, Jasmine Crockett wannabes.
Negotiations failed. We don't know if they will start up again. There's a blockade, yes, and it's effective. But it's not benefiting the United States in terms of access or any of our allies.
The blockade is real and it's effective. For those of you who cannot help, that's why I played that video. Not just to say that the blockade is real. I showed you real computerized graphics and I showed you the Navy admiral shutting down the, but listen to the Democrats. The Democrats, no one can deny the blockade is real and working. So let's just stop arguing whether or not the blockade is real and the blockade is working. Here's your Democrat black queen.
Fitting the United States in terms of access or any of our allies around the world.
If they succumb
so
to
where
pressure,
is the victory there and how can this
Can I ask you a question? Do you want us to win? Do you want us to
benefiting the United States?
One more time. The blockade is working.
We don't know if they will start up again. There's a blockade, yes, and it's effective.
There's a blockade, yes, and it's effective. Hashtag in the chat. There's a blockade, yes, and it's effective. Thank you for the gift, Ray Love. Shout out to Ray Love, man. Shout out to Ray Love, man. Shout out double tap Ray Love, man. Shout out to Ray Love. Shout out to Santa Rosa. Shout out to Ray Love, man. Shout out to Mac Mall, man. Shout out to all of my, man. Crest-side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, trade 5. Crest Fact players make the party more live. Indo smoking money's my thing. I keep my mind on the green. Crusaders.
Negotiations failed. We don't know if they will start up again. There's a blockade, yes, and it's effective. But it's not benefiting the United States in terms of access or any of our allies around the world.
If they succumb
so
to
where is
what did I present? She said there's a blockade and it's effective, but it's not benefiting the United States. Now, what did I say on this channel? Have anybody learned anything on my channel? What have I taught you? What was the question I asked? I said, how would they purchase the American crude? Would they purchase it in rubles? Would they purchase it in shekels? Because a lot of people think Israel is the God and Israel is going to make everything and Israel owns everything. Well, I said, well, how are they going to purchase it, right? Are they going to purchase it in shekels, huh? Are they going to purchase it in yen, huh? How are they going to purchase the American crude? Does anybody want to know that bubbling up crude, that gold, that oil, that Uncle Sam? How are they going to purchase that good old American crude? Can somebody tell me? Huh? Will we accept rubles? Huh? Will we accept yen? Remember BRICS? Remember BRICS and everybody being worried about BRICS when Biden was president? She said it won't benefit America. I'm asking a question. Huh? How will they purchase over 170 ships are coming to America? See, a lot of people just come in the chat and say stupid shit. The living God in Israel owns everything. Another stupid motherfucker saying stupid shit. How will they purchase the oil? All of these people who are forced now to buy dope from us. If you want to ball keys, if you want to stack G's, you got to buy dope from us. If you want to ball keys, if you want to stack G's, you got to buy dope from us. You gotta buy dope from us. You gotta buy dope from us. Trump is the king of New York. He shut down every drugstore in the city, and now you are forced to buy dope from us. Tell me, answer me, how will you come and buy dope from me if I'm the only one with dope in the city and you're addicted to dope like the globe is addicted to oil? If I am the god of cocaine, if I am the king of motherfucking New York, and I have culled out and killed every other cocaine dealer, and I have said, you have to buy dope from me. Everybody in the fucking city got fat while I was gone. Now I want my piece. The king of New York has said, you have to buy dope from us. The question is, how will they purchase it? Will they pay us in yen? Will they pay us in rubles? Will they pay us in shekels? Or is the petrodollar king once again? Is the petrodollar king once again? Remember, everybody comes in the chat. Everybody who hates America loves to shit on the dollar. Everyone who hates America loves to shit on the dollar. How would they buy our fucking oil? I'm the first one to drop this science. I'm the first one to drop this science. I know it because I hear the silence. I hear the silence. How will they purchase the oil? They have to spend the petrodollar. The dollar is king again. This is the conversation being left out because it makes Trump look like a genius. It's one thing to say Trump is a genius, but if you don't understand everything, you're not actually able to say Trump is a genius. Yes, they are coming here. They have to buy our oil. But what does that say for American GDP? What does that say for the American petrodollar? Remember, the dollar was dead. Oil is the new gold. Oil is the new gold. Remember, there was a gold standard that backed the American dollar. With us being the supplier of oil, that's why it's called black gold. What does that do for the dollar? What does that do for the American petrodollar? They have to spend dollars. If they have to buy our oil, yeah, drill, baby, drill. And look, this is all they have to say. I am saying something to you that is very intelligent that no one on mainstream media has discussed. He said Trump shits himself. This is what we're dealing with in America. Like, this is why we have what we have in America. Trump shits himself, and I am talking about the petrodollar. That lets you know that what we're dealing with on the other side of the aisle. That lets you know what we're dealing with on the other side of the aisle. Because this is not partisan. Democrats and Republicans should be intelligent enough to understand this and should be happy about the American dollar being strong and us having black gold to back the American dollar when the American dollar was only backed by paper and our missiles. Now we have a whole new economy. We don't need NATO. We don't need anyone. We are self-sufficient. We are the big dick, big dog on the block. Why don't you want to be the biggest dick on the block? Why don't you want to be the big dick, big dog? And everyone has to come suck our dick. What is wrong with the Democrats and the liberals? We are the big dick, big dog. We can fuck who we want, and everyone has to suck our fucking big dog dick. It's just like people are just so, just clueless, bro. Everything I say, no one can reply to. Yeah, everybody was saying our money is dead. Do you guys know that the trolls not once have disputed what I've come up with and CNN doesn't say it? I've asked the trolls several times, how will they buy the oil? It's a very good question. How will they buy the oil? See, this is why we call Trump a genius of 4D chess, because it's deeper than him shutting down Iran, the Straits. It's deeper than them buying the oil here. If you look at what we went through under Biden and with BRICS, how BRICS was fucking and bending over America. Does anybody remember when BRICS was bending over America in the Biden regime? And Biden said we need to be scared of China. Biden said you need to work with Mexico and we need to work with BRICS. Biden wasn't doing shit. Biden allowed BRICS to take a stronghold over the global economy. Biden allowed BRICS to take a stronghold. Now, BRICS is Brazil, right? There is no more Brazil. South America belongs to us. South America is going to do what the fuck we say, especially after they saw our military prowess in Venezuela. Brazil is going to sit the fuck down. I said Brazil is going to sit the fuck down. Fuck BRICS. Okay. You know, I can be hyperbolic. Have you heard anyone mention BRICS? I don't have to say fuck BRICS. But I could just ask a question. What during the Biden administration, all we heard about was BRICS. What is BRICS now? Why, if we're having a geopolitical discussion, and if we leave out the pussies and the player haters, and we get into the real minutia, if we leave out the pussies and the player haters, and we ask real questions of intelligent, nonpartisan people, then they have to be honest about, you know what, Perfect? You don't hear a lot about BRICS anymore. And if we're being honest about the influence globally of BRICS after what's transpired in Iran, if I'm being honest, I may not like Trump. I may not like you. But if I'm being honest about the global ramifications on BRICS after this, yeah, man. And if I'm being honest about how I felt about BRICS during the Biden administration, yeah, man, it's a big change. Trump, this is a win. This is a win. This is a win. You don't hear anything about BRICS. Somebody said presidents have no power. You're super delusional. We got another ignorant black man. We have another ignorant, low-level, low-thinking dummy. Donald Trump in 1 year has 225 executive orders. I am tired of you idiots coming in my chat saying stupid shit without facts. That's just dumb shit, you dumb fucking low-level, low-thought fucking bottom feeder that you've heard, not what you've read. That is not intelligentsia, you stupid fuck. President Trump, over 200 executive orders. President Trump dropped the link. Why would I drop the link for you? How many subscribers do you have? How many subscribers do you have? I'm gonna hold you up. If you are worthy of a debate, I'm gonna roast your bitch ass. If you are worthy of a debate, I'm gonna roast your bitch ass. Somebody tell me how many subscribers this bitch got. How many subscribers this bitch got? Are you worthy of the debate? Drop the fucking link, you bitch, you. How many subscribers this bitch got? Click on his name, go to his channel. How many subscribers this bitch got? Tell me, bitch, how many subscribers you got, how many viewers you get. Bitch, before I share my platform with you, bitch, and elevate you from a fry cook. These motherfuckers come in my chat. If you a fry cook, I'm not putting you on the register, bitch. I'm not gonna fucking debate a fry cook, bitch. If you are a fry cook, bitch, I'm not gonna promote you, bitch. How many subscribers you got, fry cook? How many subscribers you got, fry cook? All these, you on fries because you got pimples all over your face and bitches will not buy a burger from you. You on fries because you got pimples all over your face and bitches won't buy a burger from you. How many subscribers do you have? You want me to promote you. I have millions of views, bro. My last video got over 240,000 views. There are people who you consider celebrities. I get more views than them. I just hit 12,000 in this live stream, 12,000 subscribers, and I get millions of views. You are a motherfucking fry cook, and you are looking for a promotion based on what? Bring me your fucking resume. I am the owner, motherfucker. Just stay on the fries, bitch. Learn how to put the fries in the bag. Hashtag somebody tell him right now. Learn how to put the fries in the bag first, motherfucker. Do you remember DMX? Remember DMX? Learn how to put the weed in the bag first, nigga. Learn how to put the weed in the bag first, nigga. You fucking fry cook. Learn how to put the weed. Donald Trump just said, you gotta buy dope from us. Donald Trump just said, you gotta buy dope from us, the king of New York, pussy. Learn how to put the weed in the bag first, nigga. Learn how to put the fucking weed in the bag first, nigga. Fuck, fry cook. Learn how to put the fries in the bag first. No. You feel bad now. He feels stupid now because he remembered that DMX. He remembered, see, I got your bitch ass, huh? He remembered that DMX, huh? He was laughing until I said that, huh? Learn how to put the weed in the bag first, nigga. You are a runner. You are a runner. Huh? You are a runner. Fry cook. Learn how to put the fries in the bag first. You gotta put he want to get promoted from a fry cook. You want to get promoted from a fry cook and you ain't did. This is Spanberger in Virginia. And Mr. Eminem. Trump has said to the entire globe, the king of New York. Trump is the king of New York. Trump is the king of New York. He just said to the entire globe, you got to buy dope from us. Trump just said to the entire globe, you gotta buy dope from us. And I asked the trolls, if you are the only drug dealer in town, will you accept quarters? Will you accept change? Will you accept dollar bills? If you are the only drugstore, you can charge what you want and dictate the price. Right? So the petrodollar is back on top. The petrodollar is back on top. Double tap and hit the like button, because when they come and they buy the oil, because they have to buy from us, they will spend dollars. Because the politician said, she said, how does this help America? She said, this doesn't help America. And I say it does help America with your strong face ass.
Negotiations.
Because they will spend dollars on the oil. Double tap at the like button.
Negotiations failed. We don't know if they will start up again. There's a blockade, yes, and it's effective. But it's not benefiting the United States in terms of access or any of our allies around the world.
If they succumb
so where is the victory there, and how can this
Can I ask you a question? Do you want us to win? Do you want us to defeat these people?
I always want the U.S. to win.
Because it sounds to me like you are cheering for a bad outcome.
Could you define what win looks like?
Because all you can seem to do is define negativity.
What win looks like.
Here's what win looks like. These fanatics don't get a nuclear weapon.
So again, to the fry cook, he's gone, right? I didn't block him. Everybody, I just want you to know, I didn't block the fry cook. I didn't block that fry cook. He's still here. I just wanted to remind the fry cook, what brother, you have helped me get subscribers. You added money to my bank account. I just wanted to let you know that, fry cook. See, this is what it means to be a boss in real life. You are Twitter fingers, right? You think you have some type of influence with your Twitter fingers. You're not on stage. You don't look good on camera. I'm on stage. I look good on camera, and you have got me subscribers. I want to say thank you. I have multiple subscribers from you. Thank you. Do you even know who Sankofa is? Do you even know who Sankofa is? But I just want to tell you, brother, you keep frying them French fries and you keep looking in disguise and play a hate in your eyes, because you just helped me get some subscribers, brother. You just helped me get some subscribers, brother. You just added money to my pocket. And that's how real bosses do shit. That's how real bosses do shit. Huh? That's how real bosses do shit. Now, see, what I did is I highlighted you and I did a demonstration like we do in these Bay Area 415 Frisco streets. I treated you like the sucker you is, and I used you as an example. And like we do in these Frisco streets, when you roasting a nigga, when you roasting a sucker, that brings you more bitches, man. That brings you more cap. You feel me? So I used you as a highlight to highlight my profile ass pimping. You feel me? My spit. You feel me? I highlighted my vocabulary. You feel me? The vocabulary that's spectacular. You feel me? I used you. Like Big Meats would always say how he used suckers. I used you, sucker. Successfully, by the way. I used you successfully. I could have let your comments sit, but I gained off of you. True macking, never lacking. I could have let your comments sit. I bubbled off of you. I just wanted to let him know that, y'all. I just wanted to let him know that.
Negotiations failed. We don't know if they will start up again. There's a blockade, yes, and it's effective, but it's not benefiting the United States in terms of access or any of our allies around the world.
If they succumb
So
to
where
pressure,
is the victory there, and how can this
Can I ask you a question? Do you want us to win? Do you want us to defeat these people?
I always want the U.S. to win.
Because
but
it
let me tell
sounds to
you
me
something.
like you are cheering for a bad outcome.
Could you define what win
Can you?
looks like?
Because all you can seem to do is define negativity.
What win looks
Here's
like.
what win looks like. These fanatics don't get a nuclear weapon.
Amen.
Period.
American
Full stop. That's a win.
But the president said that they didn't have them.
American people deserve to know why our troops are there. What is it exactly that we're fighting for?
We're going to stop them from getting
the straits were
a
open.
nuclear weapon.
Negotiations.
Double tap at the like button. We getting the job done. There's a blockade, and we know why we're there. We know why we're there.
To be going after those ships aggressively in the Pacific. That is something new that we have not heard before. You mentioned Admiral Cooper and his second trip to the region. He has been down at CENTCOM headquarters in Tampa, sort of quarterbacking this whole effort for the last month or 6 weeks or so. And so it would not be normal for the CENTCOM commander to be over in the Middle East. Tampa is set up to be the kind of headquarters to bring all of the efforts, air, sea, and Army together. I think what is interesting, it's the first time that Admiral Cooper has been up to the Pentagon since the war started. Not a lot of details about what comes next, but I think the secretary spent most of the time addressing the Iranian leadership. It's clear that intensive negotiations are going on right now, or talks about talks. The concern, I think, here in Washington is that the Iranians will just try to play for time. And I think the message today is that the U.S. military is rearming and will be ready if the ceasefire falls apart. Brian?
Jennifer, can you put into perspective, though, as it relates to those ships that they turned around and they're waiting for them, how much of an impact Iran not getting those ships, the financial impact that it's going to have on the Iranian regime?
Thank you.
Well, it's a good question, Lawrence. I think from what we've been talking to experts, it's going to have a very significant effect. In fact, the Iranian economy is really on the verge of collapse. And if you take away the shipping, the oil tankers, there were 9 oil tankers, I think, that were turned back. Those oil tankers are normally leaving the Karg Island and that area on a daily basis, and that's how they make their money. We spoke to one expert who said that if this goes on 2 weeks longer, that the oil capacity, if they can't get the oil out of those ports, we saw this in Venezuela, if they can't get it out of those ports, they'll have to turn off their kind of oil pipeline, and that backs up the whole system. And then really you're going to see the economic collapse come rather quickly. So I think the next 2 weeks are rather crucial for the Iranian economy as well as their oil supply.
Definitely. Jennifer, thank you so much.
Same thing that happened in Cuba. If they can't get the oil back on with soon, then that's it. It's a wrap. It's done. It's donezo for Iran. Do y'all understand? If they can't get the oil on soon, it's donezo for Iran. It's donezo. It's donezo for Iran. And this is what happened in Cuba. This is what's happening in Venezuela. And this is why the Venezuelans made a deal so quickly. If they can't get the oil back up in the next 2 weeks, look what I just put in the chat. They're losing hundreds of millions of dollars a day. This is how they fuel their proxy army. This is how they control the Middle East via the money they made from the Strait. And just to be honest and clear, like I was telling the fry cook earlier, they were making illegal money. They were making illegal money because they were selling oil with unsanctioned ships. The Chinese ship that was turned around today was an unsanctioned ship. Remember, let me show the video again. Let's show the video again of what's happening in the Straits. The Chinese ship that was turned around today was an unsanctioned ship, meaning it didn't have the legal right to even come and buy oil. It didn't, just like the ship, the oil tankers that we captured leaving Venezuela, that Biden sanctioned. Remember, there was all this hullabaloo about the oil tanker we captured off the coast of Venezuela. And it turns out, because CNN get caught in the mistake all the time. It turns out that the oil tanker that we captured, they wanted to make Pete Hegseth look bad. But it turns out when MAGA Republicans like myself did the research, it turns out Joe Biden actually sanctioned the ship. So when we went deeper, what did we find? We found that Joe Biden had sanctioned Maduro up to $10 million. Did you guys know this? Joe Biden had sanctioned Maduro, called him a dictator, and Joe Biden has spoke on the phone with the newly elected Venezuelan president. He said, Maduro is a dictator. They have elected a new president, and I stand behind him. And Biden is the one who flagged the oil tanker that we, under Trump, finally took out. How many of you guys know that? So when I show this video, pay attention to the fact that the Chinese oil tanker that attempted, that's correct, shadow fleets, that attempted to get oil via the Straits of Hormuz and was turned around today was not a sanctioned oil ship, similar to the ship we captured in Venezuela. Double tap hit the like button.
According to U.S. Central Command.
In this video, just to tee up the video, these are graphics and details of the 14 ships that have been turned around and how the Straits of Hormuz has been closed, even to China. Double tap hit the like button.
There are more than 10,000 service personnel and at least 12 warships in the region, including U.S. Navy guided missile destroyers, enforcing the blockade on the Iranian coastline. Reuters has reported that US ships are positioned outside the Strait of Hormuz in the Gulf of Oman. In this satellite image from Saturday, we can see what is likely to be the USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier in the Gulf of Oman, roughly 125 miles south of the Iranian coast. The US says its blockade targets only Iranian port traffic, while leaving the Strait of Hormuz open to vessels transiting to and from non-Iranian ports.
If you do not comply with this blockade, we will use force.
According to Reuters,
that was a junior naval serviceman saying, if you do not comply with this blockade, we will use force. Double tap hit the like button. I'm giving you the logistics of what is actually happening. This is beyond talk. This is beyond the news right now. Double tap hit the like button.
From non-Iranian ports.
If you do not comply with this blockade, we will use force.
According to Reuters, at least 8 ships crossed the strait on the first day of the blockade. But the US says 6 vessels were forced to turn back. One of them is the Chinese-owned Rich Starry, an oil tanker sanctioned by the US. As you can see here, it changed its route after trying to exit the strait on Tuesday. Admiral Brad Cooper of the US Central Command said in a
So the Chinese were made to exit the strait. Double tap, y'all watching it right now on the screen. Chinese vessels were made to exit the strait.
Statement that in the first 36 hours of the blockade, US forces had completely stopped Iran's maritime trade.
In the first 36 hours of the blockade, US forces had completely stopped all trade.
Admiral Brad Cooper of the US Central Command said in a statement that in the first 36 hours of the blockade, US forces had completely stopped Iran's maritime trade. One complication for the US blockade and for insurers is that GPS jamming in the Persian Gulf is making some ships effectively invisible as they travel through the region. Traffic through the Strait of Hormuz is still only a fraction of what it was before the war. Hundreds of vessels remain stuck in the Persian Gulf. Markets have been relatively calm. As of Wednesday, traders are treating the blockade as a limited disruption rather than a major threat to global energy supply.
So just to give you guys an update on the actual logistics, the actual logistics of what's actually happening. And China has been turned around. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. Oh yeah.
That's right, babe.
I thought I forgot. I didn't forget.
Girl, tonight we're gonna make love.
I didn't forget.
You know how I know, baby?
I thought I forgot.
Because it's Wednesday. And Wednesday night is the night that we make love. Tuesday night's the night that we go and visit your mother, but Wednesday night is the night that we make love. Because everything is just right. Conditions are perfect. There's nothing good on TV. Conditions are perfect. You lean in close and say something sexy like, I might go to bed, I've got work in the morning. I know what you're trying to say, baby. You're trying to say, oh yeah, it's business time.
It's what?
It's business time.
It's business. It's business time.
That's what you're trying.
What you say? Flight of the Condors. It's business. It's business time.
It's business time. It's business. It's business time.
That's what you're trying to say. You're trying to say, let's get down to business. It's business time.
It's business. It's business time.
Woo! Everybody at home, let's go.
Next thing you know, we're in the bathroom brushing our teeth. That's all part of it. That's foreplay. Then you go sort out the recycling. That's not part of it, but it's still very important. Then we're in the bedroom. You're wearing that ugly old baggy t-shirt from that team building exercise you did for your old work. And it's never looked better on you.
Oh, team building exercise 99.
Oh, you don't know what you're doing to me. I remove my jeans, but trip over them because I still got my shoes on. But then I turn it into a sexy dance. Next thing you know, I'm down to just my socks. And you know when I'm down to just my socks, what time it is.
What time?
It's time for business. It's business time.
It's business. It's business time.
You know when I'm down to just my socks, it's time for business. That's why they call business socks.
It's business. He said, you know when I get down to my business socks, that's what they call business socks. You know it's business time when I get down to my socks, because that's what they call business socks.
It's business time.
Ooh. Making love for two. Making love for 2 minutes. When it's with me, you only need 2 minutes. Because I'm so intense.
That's it.
2 minutes in heaven is better than 1 minute in heaven. You say something like, is that it?
Is that it?
I know what you're trying to say. You're trying to say, oh yeah, that's it. Then you tell me you want some more. Well, I'm not surprised. But I'm quite sleepy.
It's business. It's business time.
Business hours are over, baby.
It's over. It's business. It's business time.
Woo! Oh man, great live stream. Great live stream. Who got the best podcast on YouTube? Who got the best podcast on YouTube, man? Oh man, I got the orange man today. It's the orange Hugo Boss orange man. Orange everything. Sucker free Giants colors. Sucker free Giants. Sucker free Giants. 415. Great podcast today. Oh man, I'm so excited, man. It's business. It's business time. Yeah, you know it's business time when Perfect Time of Podcast is live. It's the greatest show on YouTube. It's business. It's business time. Yeah, perfect time. It's the perfect time for business. Oh, shit. The ironclad blockade. The ironclad blockade. 14 tankers forced to retreat, including the Chinese sanctioned vessel. We broke down Venezuela. We broke down NATO. We broke down pussy-ass Starmer. We broke down pussy-ass Macron. We broke down the pussy-ass fry-cooked Dems. We broke down the Straits of Hormuz in the strong face, wig-wearing black female Democrat. We broke it all down, all the way down to Chinatown. We broke down Russia. We broke down China. We broke down Taiwan. So long, Wong Tong. Double tap it the like button. We did it all. We did it all. We did it all. Woo! What a show. I need some water. I need some pussy. I need to smoke a joint. I need some water. I need some pussy. I need to smoke a joint. Ugh. I'm late night. I don't really be doing my late night hype. But I'm going to log off here, man. Go get me a joint. Go make me a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Give me some pussy. I'm going to see you guys 1 p.m. I usually Monday through Friday, 1 p.m. Monday through Friday, 1 p.m. is when we do the live stream. Somebody said America failed. You must be new here. We all day, all we do is win. All we do is win. And if you came from MAGA, put your hands in the air. Let them stay there. Trump news. Giving Democrats the boo-hoo-hoo blues. Giving Democrats the boo-hoo-hoo blues. All we do is win. Every day, all day. Trump news. All we do is win. The Straits of Hormuz are closed. Trump said you got to buy dope from us. That's the theme of these shows this week. Even Google said, play the song. I said, you sure? Play the song. Google said, play the song. Play the song. You got to buy dough from us. If you want to ball keys, if you want to stack G's, you got to buy dough from us. Play the song so people understand what Trump has done. Trump is the king of New York. He's closed every drugstore in the city. And he has said to every drug addict, you have to buy dope from us. Is that not a power play? Does that not put you as the king of New York? Is Trump the king of New York? And what I have said today that no one else has said in the news cycle is that when these oil tankers, the hundreds of oil tankers come into the Gulf of America, when these oil tankers come into the Gulf of America, how will they purchase the oil? They will need to spend the American petrodollar. In 4 years under Biden, all we did is hear about the dollar, the dismal dollar. Nothing is backing the dollar. The dollar is dead. BRICS, cryptocurrency, digital currency, digital blockchains, dirty data centers. Well, we will not be accepting crypto. If you come to buy dope from us and you have to buy dope from us, you cannot bring crypto. You cannot bring shekels. You cannot bring yen or the yuan. Huh? What is it? Name some other currency. The pound, the euro, the pound, the yen, the yuan, the shekel, the rupee, the ruples. You have to spend the American petrodollar that we know you have. We know you have dollars. So the world has shifted in many ways. NATO, the power that NATO once had, the romance is over. You know what I've said in chat rooms to white men? I know about white man's romance with European, where you guys know about Blue Bloods and Yale. There is a romance that white men have with Europe. That romance is over. America is a melting pot. For the first time, there is less white people in America than there are minorities. There are more minorities in America than there are white people who claim to have ties to the royal family. You know, blue bloods, I'm related to the royal family. I'm related to a European family. My family is related to the Mayflower. Well, that romance, that American whites who had power in the 19th century is over. These are things that you should be hearing about that you don't hear about. I said Islam is expanding. On my channel, what I have said to my audience is that Islam is expanding. Islam is now becoming broader and will allow Muslims to be gay, Muslims to be women to go to school, women to not have to wear hijab, because in America, listen to this, in America, in a family, if you're a Catholic, you don't fight your Jewish cousin. In the time, the Catholics and the Jews and the Christians used to fight and kill each other. In America, we have religious freedom. So I have cousins who may be Jewish. I have cousins who may be Catholic. Yes, blacks are Jewish. Yes, blacks are Catholic, like Candace Owens. And we have Thanksgiving. We all get along. And no one says you're not a good Catholic because your brother is married to a Christian. They used to say stupid shit like that, but you don't have that in America. I am saying to you that Iran, once upon a time, there were Jewish Iranians. I know you don't know this because they don't say it on CNN. There were Christians, Iranians, Catholic Iranians, 2 to 3 million. Look it up, 2 to 3 million Christians, Catholics, and Jews. They left, they fled Iran. There's like 200,000 now, but there were millions of non-Muslim Iranians who were proud to be Iranian. Doctors, lawyers, scientists, artists, musicians, proud to be from Iran, and they did not have to be Muslim. There was once upon a time, Iran didn't have a theocracy. They didn't force their citizens to wear, their female citizens. The morality police didn't beat you. They didn't force you to wear a hijab. They didn't force you to beat you if you were gay. They didn't stop you from dancing. There was once upon a time where Iran was a vast, diverse, beautiful place that welcomed Christians, that welcomed Jews, and just like America, I argue I argue that Iranians want to go back to a time where you can have Christian Iranians, Jewish Catholics, and everyone get along just like in America, where you could be Muslim, where you could be Muslim in Iran and you don't have to hate your brother if he's gay. You can be Muslim in Iran and you don't have to hate your daughter because she doesn't want to dress a certain way. You can be Muslim in Iran and you can support your daughter, your wife, your sister going to college, running for office. How about we have a female president in Iran? I said, how about we have a female president in Iran? Do you understand under the IRGC? Do you understand under the Ayatollah Khomeini, you would never have female leadership? You would never have a female president in Iran under the IRGC. You would never have a female president in Iran under the IRGC. So there, somebody said, why do you care about Iran? Have you been there? Why do I care about anything? You nihilist. Why care about anything? You nihilist. Why not just kill yourself if that's how you feel about everything? How is it our problem? Why not just kill yourself? Why not just kill yourself? It wouldn't be my problem, right? With your logic, there would be no human life because it's a devoid of logic. What you're saying is illogical. It's racist. A lot of racists are illogical. I know it's harsh, but you have to be harsh with some idiots because what he's saying is illogical. It leads to no human life on the planet. It leads to no human life on the planet. And that's just for someone who grew up in elementary school and I listened to the fairy tales, right? You huff and you puff and you blow the house down. Right? NATO wants a piece of the pie without ever giving anything up. This is elementary. This is elementary school. This is bedtime stories. You are a racist and an idiot. You're a racist and an idiot, and you obviously was raised in a generation where you didn't have a good bedtime story. Because your nihilism would lead to what? Not democracy. Your nihilism would lead to what? Not democracy. That is not a democratic thought process. It's a very racist thought process, and America is not racist. See, it actually matters, and Donald Trump has spoke to this. Obama spoke to this. Donald Trump and Obama articulated this very good. It actually matters that we don't allow women to be persecuted. It affects democracy. It affects the Bill of Rights. It affects the Constitution. When America, the city on a shining hill, turns its back to, like in Nazi Germany, when America turns its back to persecution of women, gays, and children, it says that what we are doing here does not actually mean anything. So it is a principle. It is principles and it's principalities in this shit. It is principalities in this shit. You can't have a constitution. You can't have a Bill of Rights. You can't have America, a city on a shining hill, and we turn our backs on the persecution of women, gays, and children and Christians. We are a Christian nation. When the Islamic theocracy says we are waging a jihad and we will murder Christians, we will murder women, we will murder gays. See how narrow-minded you have to be to say, why do you care about Iran? You see how narrow you have to not listen to anything that I say. You have to be so ignorant. That's why I call you racist. Ignorant and racist. That you don't understand that democracy cannot exist. America cannot exist if we turn our backs on the Hitlers of the world. We can't allow the Hitlers of the world to exist. That's a fact. And if you don't understand that, you don't understand America. If you don't understand that, you don't understand America. If you think that you get to stay in your corner and have your freedom and you don't help anyone and you don't share it with anyone, you will soon lose what you cherish so much. Do you understand? Like a child. Like a child, you have this childlike, idiotic attitude toward freedom and democracy. If you think that white American men can sit on a mountain by themselves and hold up their freedom and not let anyone join and not share and build constituency, you're going to end up like a Democrat. And you're going to end up alone and dead on that hill by yourself. Do you get it, bro? You are saying my freedom is only mine. The freedom is only the white man's freedom. I'm going to take my freedom and I'm going to go home by myself where you will die alone. That's why America is a melting pot, freedom of religion. We have everybody come here. All Republicans, even Donald Trump, we don't want to change America. We still want America to be a melting pot. We don't want America to be all white. We want America to be a mixture, all races, all colors, all religion. That's the design. That's what makes it special. It's not special. Do you get it? It's not special if only white people get to enjoy it. What makes it special, what makes it magical, listen, what makes it magical is that anyone can come here. A member of the IRGC, if he came here and he was a scientist and he legally came to America, no one would give a fuck. That's what makes it magical. Do you understand? A Chinese Muslim can come to America. If he comes here legally, when he gets here, no one gives a fuck. He's American. Our principles say you treat him like he's an American, and Don Lemon is going to prison. Can I get Don Lemon is going to prison? Do you know why Don Lemon should be in jail for 20 fucking years? Because if an Iranian Muslim comes here, if a Chinese Muslim comes here, if a Russian Jew comes here, and they want to go to a synagogue, and they want to go to a mosque, the Constitution protects them. And despite whether or not they were enemies last week, I am not allowed to go in the mosque and fuck with those Muslims. Hey, they from Iran. They were fucking with us last week. The Constitution protects them. They're American now. They get to pray in their mosque. You can't come in here and fuck with them, Don Lemon. Hey, those Russians praying in the synagogue, they were communists last week. Well, guess what? They're Americans today, and you are not allowed to go in that synagogue and record them or fuck with them. Don Lemon should go to prison for the rest of his life because you don't understand the principles of America, brother. Do you see how special and magical America is? You can't go into a church in America simply because you don't like Muslims. Do you know that? You can't go into a synagogue in America because you don't like Jewish people. You will go to jail. That's what makes it magical. Do you see? You don't get it, bro. Just don't be mad at me if you don't get it. Don't make up words and call me names if you don't get it, bro. If you don't get the magic, if you don't get the magic and why America is the greatest country, why did 10 million people come here? That's the modest numbers. MAGA says 20 million. Why does everybody want to come here, bro? Do you know they murdered a woman in Iran? They beat her to death in the back of a police van because she improperly wore her hijab. Just last week, they hung a young man in Tehran Square. They hung, her name was Marsha Armeni. Say her name. Americans, say her name. Marsha Armeni. No one has ever been murdered in America for improperly wearing her hijab. Do you know what a hijab is? When Zohrani Mamdani was elected to mayor of New York, there was a Muslim police officer teaching women how to wear her hijab properly. You know what I said? Are they going to arrest you if you do it wrong? Why is a police officer, a NYPD, wearing a hijab at work? No one else wears religious garb at work in America. We need to pay attention to the Muslim. Why in New York are Muslims who are police officers and Americans wearing religious garb at work? No one else gets to wear religious garb at work. And why, when Zohrani Mamdani was elected to mayor, this Muslim woman who happens to be NYPD, why was she teaching women in America how? Why was that a press conference? Why was that news? Unless you want to institute a morality police like in Iran, and you want to come back later and say, I taught you how to wear the hijab properly. I saw you wearing it improperly. I'm going to arrest you in New York City of America. Is that what's going to happen next? Is that what's going to happen next? I taught you how to wear the hijab correctly. You're not wearing it correctly, so I'm going to arrest you in New York of America. We have morality police in New York City now. Why would New York City police train women how to wear an hijab in the right and wrong way unless you're going to penalize them? And you do that in Iran. You beat a woman to death in Iran. I didn't like it. I don't like it. I don't like American police officers wearing. I don't care if it's Jewish, Christian, Catholic. I don't want my police officer wearing a Catholic robe. He's a police officer. Be a police officer. Be an American. It's not church. It's a separation of church and state in America. There's a separation of church. Why are Muslim police officers in New York wearing a hijab? I don't like it. Oh, I gotta preach the truth. I gotta preach the truth. I gotta preach the truth, y'all. See, they just come in the chat and they don't know what they're talking about, brothers and sisters. They have no idea. And it's obvious because they run out of shit to say and they just start making insults. They can never answer the facts. No, Marsha Armeni. Y'all don't know the story about Marsha Armeni? Why don't CNN talk about that? Why don't CNN talk about that? Why don't CNN? Marsha Armeni, also known by her Kurdish name Gina, was a 22-year-old Kurdish Iranian woman whose death in police custody on September 16, 2022 ignited the most significant anti-government protests in Iran since the 1979 revolution. The arrest and detention on September 13, 2022, while visiting Tehran with her brother, Marsha was arrested by the Ghast-e-Esharad morality police. She was accused of wearing her hijab improperly, specifically that her hair was showing under her headscarf. So it's late at night, so I'm not going to cuss you out, but you were wrong. And it's okay. Sometimes people are wrong. Sometimes people are wrong. Please, here goes a nut. See, this is why I cuss people out. This is why I cuss people out. Because, you know, you just don't deserve the respect that you want. This is why I cuss people out. We are talking about a woman who lost her life, brother. I think his name is Carl. I'm not going to cuss you out because I know you just slow. Another fry cook. This is another fry cook, y'all. Learn how to put the fries in the bag first, Carl. That's why you a fry cook. I'm talking about a young lady who lost her life. I'm talking about the morality police. This is not a time for your jokes. Stay on the fries. Everybody is waiting for their food, and you are holding up the drive-thru because your ass don't know how to put the fries in the bag. Carl, focus on the fries, please. Fucking fry cook. Let me read it again. Marsha Armeni, okay? The arrest and death. On September 13, 2022, while visiting Tehran with her brother, Marsha was arrested by the Gast-e-Isharad morality police. She was accused of wearing her hijab improperly, specifically that her hair was showing under her headscarf. So in the chat, a couple of the player haters kept saying they don't make them wear an hijab, they don't make them do this, they make them wear a burqa and all this shit that doesn't have anything to do with what I'm teaching. I am teaching you about a woman who was murdered by the IRGC. I am teaching you about a woman who was murdered by the morality police, right? And you guys are saying stupid shit. That has nothing to do with the story, probably because you're evil men who don't care about women. There are a lot of Muslim men who are evil men. You don't care about women. You don't love women. You don't love America. And YouTube is an open forum, so people who hate America, people who hate women can come in the chat. And then they can say evil things without knowing what they're talking about. So it's okay if you hate women. It's okay if you hate America. Just say you hate women. Just say you hate America, right? And just say you're a fucking idiot and a fucking fry cook. Because what I said is true. She was murdered for improperly wearing her hijab. Right? You're a fucking piece of shit. You're a fucking piece of shit troll. And she was murdered for improperly wearing her hijab. No, this is an anti-idiot page. This is not an anti-Islam page. I said Islam is becoming more inclusive. I said Islam is becoming more inclusive. I argue that Islam is no longer the Islam of the 19th century, the Islam, the jihadist version. I believe the young man, the wrestler who was hung in Tehran Square, I believe he represents a new version of Muslim who says it's okay if women go to school. It's okay if I believe women, I believe Islam, just like everything else. America went through this change recently. America men had to learn to respect women. American men had to go through a growing up period recently. We had great changes in America recently. I talked about East and West Germany, cultural dynamics and shift. It has a lot to do with the age. It has a lot to do with the age of the young Muslim. It has a lot to do with the age of the young person in Germany at the time. I said to my wife, do you remember, did you know that there was an East and West Germany? My wife is in her 30s. She didn't know that there was an East and West Germany. When Ronald Reagan said Gorbachev tear down that wall, it was a symbolism because the culture had already changed. The culture had already changed to the point where Germany was already changing because the young people didn't have the same feelings anymore, to the point where nobody is saying we should go back to a separate Germany, right? There was a cultural shift in the globe. I am saying to this person who made the comment about this being no, I'm not anti anything. I am pro-love and pro-life. I am saying that the same thing that happened in Germany, the same thing that happened in America recently with American men is what's happening in Iran. The revolutions you keep seeing in Iran, it is because the young Muslim does not believe, like his grandfather, that Islam can be worshipped in only one way. I believe Islam will be more expansive. And I argue that China, everybody keeps saying China, Iran. China is not going to back the version of Islam that does not allow freedom for women. China, we're in 2026. We're going to a global cryptocurrency. We're going to flying cars. China is not going to be attached to an antiquated old country like Iran, who still has a morality police, who still beats and kills women. I don't know why people are so ignorant, don't get it. China does not want to be attached to Iran. If Iran is still doing that old school shit, China's not going to back Iran. Russia is not going to back Iran. The IRGC is done. The whole world is done with jihad in the version of Islam who says gays and women and and white and all that bullshit. That's done, bro. It is not, that is like Cold War shit. That is like East and West Germany. That version of Islam is gone, bro. And it ain't nothing you could do about it. You could try to troll me. You could try to say shit like, is this or this channel or any of that stupid shit. Like it doesn't turn the fact that there is a cultural global shift. There is a cultural global shift, just like it happened with communism in Russia. You know, Russia got Rolls Royces. People think Russia is the old Russia of the 19th century, but they're a white American. Remember, Tucker Carlson went to Russia. He said the malls in Russia are better than America. They have capitalism in Russia. They got Rolls Royces. They got malls. Rolls Royce sells more Rolls Royces in Russia. It's not the old Russia that you used to know. It's not the old Germany that you used to know. But but Starmer and Macron talk to you like it's still a Cold War. And there's a different version of communism in Russia. Americans are so out of touch geopolitically, they don't understand. They think Russia is still the same Russia from Gorbachev. Y'all got me? Y'all got me? Islam is the Arab Golden Age, was very liberal, started the foundation of Western Age of it. Like, thank you. Thank you. Iran had Christians, Kurds. Iran had a vast population. I just told, see, they not listening, bro. They trying to take down my channel. They trying to say shit to get me fucked off in the game. They think they have power. These are pussy ass men with little dicks trying to fuck with a content creator from their house because they think they could do it from a cell phone. Well, fuck you. You can't fuck with my channel from your cell phone. Fuck you. You can't stop me from your cell phone. You can't stop me from your keyboard. Fuck you. And I mean that. Fuck you. With your little kid type of tactics. Is this an anti-Muslim channel? No, I'm not. I don't have Islamophobia. Fuck you. I have a fuck you. There was a golden age in Iran before the Ayatollah Khomeini. And there were millions of non-Muslims. There are about 200,000 now. They ran them out of Iran. You had Christians, Jews, Catholics, Iranians. This is a great comment because I try to tell people this a lot. I try to tell people how great Iran, how intelligent, the music, the art, the science. There's so much Americans don't know. Because it's these white racist Americans that think they the best thing since shit and Shinola. They don't think no one else had art. They don't think no one else had geniuses in science. Iran had some of the most intelligent, artistic people. Still do today. Some of the greatest scientists are from Iran. Still do today. Still do today. I don't even want to insult. Still to this day. They're known for their culture. They're known for their great culture and intelligence. They've always been known for their great culture and intelligence. For example, the father of algebra, father of chemistry, were the philosophers that had Jews, Christians, and Muslims, the Unit Empire, the Abbasid Empire. Dante's Inferno talks about it. This don't fit the white man's narrative, though. The waste, and this is what y'all need to understand. There's a lot of the Democrats. Remember, the Democrats started the KKK. The Democrats are starting to look a little racist again because it's all the Democrats that keep saying this Israel stuff, this Jewish stuff. It's very racist. The Democrats were the party of the KKK. And if you listen to Democrat liberals today, it seems they have this very racist, and then they're very violent again. The Democrats will beat you if you don't agree with them. The Democrats in 2026 will beat you. They have a very racist ideology. And we're not talking about it because you think the Democrats are the good guys. But I keep showing you videos of Democrats pushing women, beating up innocent women, burning up cars. Kids could be in the car. No one is, because you think Trump is the racist, you are allowing Democrats like the governor of Virginia to take away your electoral college vote. It's like while you were asleep. That's why I said that's my next book series. The Democrats are bringing back racism. They brought back Nazis in the Ukraine. There is a Democrat governor in Virginia who wants to take away your vote. Did my best today to educate you guys. Did my best today to educate you guys. Great show, man. Great show, man. Great show, man. Great show. And their people didn't fight, they gave up. What do you mean? You talking about the Iran? When Iran was great, Christianity started to fight against the gay community. What is you talking about? We'll be having some intelligent conversation, and then someone will come in with something real stupid. Oh, they might have fallen. Then why do they suck now? See? They suck now because the morality police, the IRGC stifled the culture, stifled the creation. When you start locking people up for the way they dress, the way they act, the way they think, you can't have creativity. But people don't know about the morality police. That's why I read the story about Marsha Armeni, because people were in the chat saying, oh, they have to wear a burqa. You don't know what. I read the story. She kicked off the protest, and it was about her hijab, and she wasn't Muslim. She was Kurdish. The problem you have is mistaking the wealthy oligarchy with the rest of the population in Russia, just like Trump is trying to create America. Christian and Islamic fundamentalism, both the same. I'm gonna just block you because I'm tired and you're just stupid as fuck. This guy was this Rashid Smart is like giving up real information. And Rashid, what is it, Rashid? Like, you're giving facts. It's obvious that what you're saying is coming from a book. They could do the same thing you're doing, Rashid. They can Google, but they're not only are they not Googling in the same way you are, they're not reading the books in the same way Rashida Smart. So you could read the books like Rashida is doing. You can do the Google like Rashida is doing, or you could fucking read what she's putting in the chat. You can fucking read what she's just put in the fucking chat. Like, fuck. For example, the father of algebra. For days, Rashida, I've been talking about how diverse Iran was. The 2 to 3 million Jews and Christians. And the Greeks changed the names of these scientists and Latinized them. Psi, Pico, and the lines drawn by British and French to divide the Middle East created a divide. I learned all this. Ben Gurion segregated the religions and forced Arab Jews to migrate to Israel. God. And it's like all of this, like either you can look this up, which is what Rashida is saying is a fact, and it's verifiable very easily because we're living in 2026 and everyone has a fucking computer on their fucking wrist. Everyone has a computer on their fucking wrist. You could just put in what she wrote and you can find out that she's telling the truth. Why troll? You could just read. It's like real people doing real work, and they don't even want to read. They don't even want to read. They don't even want to read. But I thank you, Rashida, for doing your research, doing your homework, putting those great comments in the chat. I want to say, because this like shows respect for the Iranian people that you really don't. When CNN is ignoring the truth on the ground, that when that young man got hung just last week, Rashida, a young man was hung in Tehran Square by the morality police. This is not last year, last week. They hung 2 people in the square. So I thank you for your research. I thank you for showing respect to the Iranian people, that the Iranian people are a great people. I thank and love Trump. Trump is doing the same thing, Rashida. Trump is showing respect and love to the Iranian people. Like, Trump is not destroying the infrastructure. Trump just wants that nuclear bomb gone, and it's going to be gone, and this regime gone. That's why we not blowing up everything, because we love and respect the Iranian people and the history, the rich culture, like that's still there, that we can go visit one day. If Trump is able to do this, our children will be able to visit to that part of the world where all the rich history of the Bible comes from, that Rashida is talking about. You can't even go there. The IRGC won't let you visit. Mesopotamia, all these places from the Bible, you can't even go there. Once upon a time, you could visit and see these beautiful places in the Bible. Thank you so much, but I think 1953 coup, the role of the Democratic elected president of Iran, who was liberal because he wanted to nationalize the oil given the Shah. I'll talk a lot about, so Rashida, on my way out, I'll share this with you. When I first started talking about Iran, I talk about the fact that who had Iran first. Because I love history. I love global history. I love American history. I love world history. So that's why I'm so good at this. Because I did this in school. I took very advanced history classes in school. So I've learned about this on an academic level. So World War II. After World War II, the Allies, right? What you need to understand, that I share with people, is there was no Cold War. Russia was our friend. So after World War II, before the Cold War, and before the birth of what, Rashida? After World War II, before the birth of the Cold War, and the Cold War is also the birth of what? Secret police. You know, OSS, CIA, because what you're talking about is we already have the secret police. The secret police don't come into effect until the Cold War, because that's the justification of the secret police. So 1944, Russia is the one who invades Iran and controls Iran. But at the time, there is no KGB. There is no KGB. There's a precursor to the KGB, but there is no KGB because there is no Cold War. Again, Russia is our friend. The Allies just defeated Nazis. The Allies just saved the world, including the Russians. So Russia, and we're okay. Europe and America is okay with Russia taking over Iran after World War II in 1944, because they're not our enemies. So Russia wanted access to warm water and to control the resources. So before what you mentioned, when the Dirty Shah was installed, the Dirty Shah was installed. Why? Because, drum roll please, the white men invented the Cold War and the Red Scare, similar to what we've seen the same tactics over and over again. For those of us who were grown during 9/11, who remembers the Tariffs alert scale? After 9/11, they had this shit where it'd be orange and red and blue. And they had all Americans terrified. Well, after the Red Scare, they had all Americans terrified that Russia was going to invade America. The commies were coming. They arrested communists. They put people in jail. They tapped phones. There was a Red Scare. The media had effectively pulverized the Americans and terrified us for profit and propaganda. And everybody bought into the propaganda of the Russians are coming. The Russians are coming. Then you get the OSS becoming the CIA. You got MI6. All of this is because of the Red Scare, the Cold War, and the inception of the secret police. So you don't get us with the Dirty Shah, as you described, without the Red Scare, the Cold War, and secret police. Because that was not constitutional, and we didn't go to Congress in the 50s when we installed the Dirty Shah. We worked with MI6 and the CIA. It's the CIA and the MI6 installed the Dirty Shah in the 50s. That is what led to the inflation and the revolution in 1979. So it doesn't start in 53. It actually starts in 44 when the Russians first. Now, pay attention. I want you to study this so you can come back and be intelligent like your big brother. Study how the correlation of the secret police in these events. And then in 1979, when the Dirty Shah in the political election, the Dirty Shah in 1979, Ayatollah Khomeini is elected. He promises to wage jihad and get revenge on the Russians who were here first and the Americans and the Europeans who came next. The Ayatollah Khomeini in 1979 ran an effective political campaign against the Americans, the Europeans, and the Russians. Do you guys understand what happened in Iran? It was politics. And then they lied. 30 days later, they installed the IRGC and the morale. That wasn't part of the deal. The Shah didn't run, the Ayatollah Khomeini didn't run on the morality police and the theocracy and Muslim and Shia, the supreme. He didn't run on that. That came 30 days later. I argue that they installed the IRGC and morality police to make the Ayatollah Khomeini like this king and keep power, to inculcate power. So in 1979, when the Ayatollah Khomeini came to power, there's something else you need to understand that took place in the Middle East of how we get here. That again if you realize, I haven't brought up Israel and I haven't brought up the Jew, because everybody keeps saying that Israel is the boogeyman, but Israel and the Jews I haven't brought up yet. So there's something else. See, that's why I say it's lazy to blame Israel. These people don't understand geopolitics. What else happens in 1979? So in the beginning of the year in 1979, Ayatollah Khomeini comes to power in a political coup, politics. At the end of 1979, Russia invades Afghanistan. Russia invades Afghanistan, the poppy fields, the opium, and controls it for 20 years. Until the Americans get to the Middle East. Russia invades Afghanistan in December of 1979, and they stay there for 20 fucking years. Remember Charlie Wilson's war? This is the whole picture. Because if you understand that Russia invades Afghanistan and you remember what I said about Biden leaving Afghanistan, creating the power vacuum, then you understand how we get here in the region, which has nothing to do with the Israeli Jew. You see how that, you see from 1944, and it's not just Iran, it's the poppy, it's the opium, and it's Russia and China. It's everything mixed in. You have to understand the KGB. You have to understand MI6. You have to understand CIA. This is why I bring up East and West Germany. This is why I bring up East and West Germany. Gorbachev, tear down that wall. Gorbachev, tear down that wall. See, you have to understand this nuance. You cannot tell me you understand the geopolitics, the complexities of Iran if you don't understand these things about Germany. Right? They think they can come in my chat and say, Israel is with Trump. And you know what I did today to piss them off? I said, that's the same bullshit they said in Trump's first term. They said Trump was boyfriends with Putin. That turned out to be a hoax. It wasn't believable then. What are they doing with the propaganda this time? Trump is boyfriends with Putin, but it's lazy. It's lazy. It leaves out everything. And Rashida, I'm just scratching the surface. I'm asking you to go deeper. I'm asking you to get a better understanding of what you tried to tell me today. Get a better understanding of the secret police. The aspect of what you're saying doesn't just magically happen in 1953. What you need to understand is what I researched is when was the CIA created? When was the MI6 created? When was the KGB created? Because this was not a military action. This was a secret thing done. This was a coup in the 1950s. Do you understand why I'm bringing it up? Why there's relevancy of the secret police? And when the world start moving in secrecy, when the world geopolitically start moving in secret in South America, in Grenada, in Haiti, in Jamaica, in Cuba, the Bay of Pigs, Secret Service. When the world started doing these things secretly after World War II with the CIA, MI6, KGB, not only in Iran, but South America, in Vietnam, in Taiwan, in China, in Japan. Not just Iran. When people come in the chat and they think they're intelligent, oh, there was a dirty Shah. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. What about the black men, my father, the ones who went to Vietnam? Can we talk about that? It's not just Iran. What about Vietnam? What about South America? I brought up Grenada. What about all these bro, come on, bro. They don't know what the fuck I do this. This is my job. This is my job. I motherfucking do this. They think they know. They don't know. They don't know. It's not just Iran. The CIA and MI6, they was doing some dog ass shit in the 50s and the 60s. The CIA and the MI6, who happened to be leftover mafiosos. Y'all don't remember the Italians in South America, how the government used the mafia in South America, the mafia in Cuba, the mafia in Italy, where we released, what was his name? Lucky Luciano? Didn't we release a mafia leader was released from prison to assist us in Italy? We released mafiosos. We used the mafia to control the ports. So it's not just CIA, it's the mafia. So when you start to study the KGB, the MI6, the CIA, the OSS, South America, Cuba, Iran, mafiosos. They installed a dirty Shah. They installed a dirty Shah. They don't know what they're talking about, ladies and gentlemen. The CIA is so much. As a professor and a study of history, you know how much you could learn about your country and about the globe if you really got into the Iran conflict, if you really got into the Venezuela conflict, if you learned why Maria Machado got the Nobel Peace Prize. Why did she even win the Nobel Peace Prize? What did she do that was so great in Venezuela? What the fuck was going on in South America? What the fuck really was going on in Venezuela? Hello? Okay. It's fucking 11 o'clock. This is not even my time to be on this bitch. I don't even be up this late on this bitch. I had an emergency today, so I had to go live late. Man, I thank y'all for being in the box, man. We got like several hundred people watching. It's like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning in some places. That's fire. I love you guys. That's fire, man. It's like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning in some places, man. That's fire. I love you guys. Thank you so much for supporting and watching. Rashida, thank you for coming in. Ricardo, intelligent commentary. Thank you so much for the intelligent commentary. Thank you for listening and sharing intelligent insight. The Straits of Hormuz closed down. 14 tankers have been turned around, including the Chinese tanker. 2 a.m. here. Glad to be here. I'm glad for you to be here too. I thank you for being here. I thank you for being here. Double tap hit the like button and subscribe. I don't have no super chats. I didn't get no super chats. Somebody send me a super chat on the way out. Send a $50 super chat. Send a $100 super chat. Thank you for speaking facts, man. Thank you for being here. I love you guys, man. Send a super chat. I seen a gift. Somebody sent the gift. We had a gift goal. Yeah, man. Send a super chat, man. Donate, support the channel, man. Send a big super chat. Somebody out there got some money, got a tax return. Somebody out there got some disposable income. Send a big super chat to let them know that you support the channel, man. My Cash App, $ Big D Rands. Thank you, Rashida. Cash App is $ BIGDRANTS. Send the Cash App, send the super chat, send the like. The like is free. You can hit the like button, double tap the screen like this. Boop, 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 boop. You can like the video for free. You can subscribe for free. Everybody right now get an extra 100 likes. If everybody right now hit the like button, thank you so much. If everybody donate $1, that'll be $100. If everybody donated $100, we can go to take my daughter to Disneyland. Y'all go ahead and hit that super chat, man. Hit that super chat. Support the channel. Y'all watch YouTube. Y'all know how it go. Put your questions and concerns in the super chat. That's how you support the channel, support the content. I'll be in here battling these trolls, man. But somebody, Bridge came through today and gifted out 10 memberships. I was like, that was pretty dope. That was pretty dope. Thank you so much for that. And they say I can gift out 5 memberships. I don't even know how to do that. Somebody said every month you can gift out 5 memberships. I'm gonna have to look up how you do that. First time being here. Appreciate stumbling on here. By the way, I'm female. Your name is Rashida. I kept saying Rashida. I had a girlfriend named Rashida in middle school. In San Francisco, Martin Luther King. Rashida had a big old ass. Man. Rashida she had a big nose too, light-skinned. Big old ass. Pimples on the booty. I don't know about you, but I'd be looking for the pimples on the booty. Shout out to Nino Brown. Nino Brown said, I don't know about you. I don't know about you. But if I was you, I'd be looking for the pimples on the booty. We had the best movies. We had the best childhood, man. We had the best childhood. I swear to God, the 90s was the best. Look at Rashida laugh. You know what that means? Rashida got a big old ass. That's what that means. Oh, Rashida got a big old pretty ass. Women know. That's why nowadays they do that look when they turn around and they do the pose, you know, the Instagram pose. They looking over their shoulder and they looking with a smile because they know they got a Bambi back there. They not even looking at the Bambi. They know the Bambi is poking. That thing is poking. So they just look back over the shoulder. They just got the little smirk. They like, when you looking at that Bambi, oh, you looking at that Bambi. Oh, man. Shout out to Nino Brown, man. Nino Brown said, I don't know about you, but I'll be looking for the pimples on the booty. Man, that's classic for my generation. Bridge. What's up with you? What's up with you? Bridge gifted 10 memberships today. Thank you so much for your love and support. It means a lot. Means a lot. It was a lot of penis envy today, Bridge. It was a lot of penis envy. I think too many motherfuckers, bitches be watching me, man. These motherfuckers, women be watching me. It be a lot of, because it be hate. Like they didn't find my show. They found my show because they bitch watch me. And then they come on here mad. Oh, why you watching him? He don't know what he talking about. They come in here. I know they be upset. They be upset because they bitch when you watching me, man. And I know they come in here. Insecure ass men. Hella insecure men today. Hella penis envy in here today. Hella penis envy. You are weak. You cry. I'm like, oh, man. It was just so textbook. And it's a lot of textbook ass simps on YouTube. So now men can't cry. Men can't be weak. Men have to be supermen. You are, and especially you coming in my chat calling me weak, calling me this. You are the epitome of masculinity. It's always a guy like that who no one asked. It's like, and you know, I'm a guy, I get bad bitches, so I hear how bitches talk. So it's, and you know what it always reminds me of when you hear cute bitches talk, right? And it's like, it's always a dude. No one asked you. That's the most embarrassing thing. Like, men need to learn how to listen, actively listen. That's how I get beautiful women. Like, I never want to be that guy where a pretty girl is like, no one asked this motherfucker. And it's these men that come in the chat and I could just hear a pretty woman saying, bro, no one, and it's like so embarrassing. And I'm like, I know that's why you single. That's why you single. That's why you on the internet instead of getting pussy. I got pussy waiting for me. You on here instead of getting pussy. And I could tell why. I could tell why you on here instead of getting pussy. It's crazy. Look, and she said, I watch you with my dude. He thinks you're hilarious. Thank you. Thank you. A man who's not insecure. But what's happening is a lot of people are not so as secure as your dude. They just not. They the type of dude, hey, if he right there, check this out. They the type of motherfucker, the fry cooks, they the type of motherfucker to be in bed with their bitch and then fake like they gotta go piss. Take their phone and be in the bathroom, text it perfect. Fuck you. You know what I'm saying? They the type of motherfucker be watching the show with their bitch. Oh, hold up, baby. I gotta go in the bathroom real quick. And why you taking your phone? And then be in the bathroom. Oh, man. What's up with you, Limey? Hey, Limey, right now, you know what I'm about to do, Limey? I'm about to get into some of that purple Urkel. You know, Urkel got his own strain. Steve Urkel came out with his own strain a couple months ago. And it's like high end just for like the celebrities, because you can't buy it. If anybody remember when Khalifa Kush first came out, it was hard to find. Still, Khalifa Kush is kind of hard to find. You got to go like the Dr. Green Thumb, certain stores to get like certain strains are hard. Even Marathon OG. Even Currency's my favorite artist. Currency got his own strains. The Spitter Andretti, the Jet Fuel. It's hard to find, right? Unless you at a particular store. So Steve Urkel, or what's his real name? What's his real name? But he came out with a marijuana strain. You know, he's married to a white woman, and he did an interview when he was promoting his marijuana, and there was this half black woman, and ironically, she had been married to a white man, and she tried to assassinate his character on being married to a white woman. And he talked about dating black women in Hollywood and black women taking advantage of him and treating him like a sucker and trying to steal his money. So he tried to date black women, but black women saw him as an Urkel. So he married a white woman. He's been very happy. She loves and respects him. They have children. And I'm very happy for him. I'm very happy for him. So when you call me Urkel, I take that as a compliment. I take that as a compliment. I truly respect. I took AP classes in high school. You know, I went to college. I studied. I worked for Kaiser for 15 years. I'm EPIC certified. I worked in telehealth. I implemented thousands of hospitals in Northern California. I am a professional. So when you call me Urkel, that's a compliment, because I worked hard to be this person. I was not always this person. You would not always call me Urkel. I worked hard to be here. Everything you see, I was not born this way. Nah, I worked hard. The man you see before me, I went to anger management. I went to the gym. I was almost 500 pounds. I was vegan for 10 years. I went to the gym. I worked out. I prayed. I read my Bible. Fast. The man you see before you is not the man I always was, so that's a compliment. I love Family Matters too. That is a compliment, brother. You call me Urkel, that is a I think my father passed away. My father instilled in me working hard, being diligent. One of my favorite words from my daddy. My name is Dennis. I'm named after my father. My father's name is Dennis, and he used to teach me to be diligent. That was my favorite word, diligence. I could learn that from Big Dennis. I learned that from my dad. As a young child, I remember writing on a chalkboard. So I love and respect you all. 2 o'clock in the morning, y'all. Thank you, Bridge, for supporting. Thank you for gifting out those memberships. I don't know how you do it. Rashida, I don't know how you get a membership, but Bridge gifted out 10 memberships earlier. So I don't know how you get one, but I wish you would get one and subscribe. And when you subscribe, you get a plus sign. You can become a member. I'm running a Somalian special right now. You can join my channel, or you can support a Somalian who stole 19 billion. Remember when we was kids in UNICEF, the Africans with the swollen bellies and the flies on their eyeballs, and they starving. You can donate to a starving African, save them. I believe in Africa. We are the world. We are the children. And then they gonna come to America and stole 19 billion. They were fraud department. The Leering Center was empty, and they charged them for kids being at school. They were fraud department. The Leering Center was empty. They spelled the name wrong, and they donates from you. We are the world. We are the children. We let Somalis come here and steal 19 billion. We are the world. We are the children. We gave them TPS. Somalia stole 19 billion. It's the Leering Center. It's empty all day long. It's the Leering Center. It's empty all day long. Biden paid them in advance. He's so strong. $19 billion. So you can join my channel for a lot less than that. You can join my channel for a lot less than that. Hey, thank you guys. See you guys in the afternoon around 1 p.m. So Rashida, everybody watching, I'm usually live at 1 p.m. in the afternoon. I had to go take care of something today, so I had to change. And I said, you know, when I'm at home eating dinner and I'm on YouTube at nighttime, I'll be seeing some people cooking. It's a brother I like. He does content like me. He has like braids. He wears his hat to the back. Hat to the back. I gotta keep my hands down real low. That's the kind of girl I am. That's the kind of girl. Hat to the back. I gotta keep my pants down real low. Hat to the back. I gotta keep my pants down real low. That's the kind of girl that... Y'all don't know how to do that TLC. Y'all don't know how to do that TLC. Hat to the back. I gotta keep my pants down real low. That's the kind of girl that's... Y'all don't know that TLC. Rashida said I subscribed already. And yes, diligence is everything. And Tony Roberts was my childhood foundation, having to raise myself. You should be proud of yourself. Thank you. I am. I watched Tony Robertson. I watched that the light-skinned black man you talking about, right? On PBS. I used to watch him too. And Tavis Smiley. Bro, when I used to be on the block, I was a piece of shit. But I always was an intellectual. And my plug was an intellectual. That's why he liked me. So one of the things, I'll be on the block all day, but I would take a break to go in the house and I would watch Rap City and I would watch Tavis Smiley. And my plug would come with me, and he ended up going to college and getting a fucking master's degree. And we was in the streets doing some crazy shit. But I believe what sparked that intellect is me and my intellect and my thirst for knowledge. So we would watch the Tavis Smiley show. And remember, Tavis Smiley was on BET but he was on PBS with Tony Robinson. That's where I first saw Tavis Smiley before he got the BET show. And I remember if you say like, okay, why was street dudes watching Tavis Smiley? If you remember, Tretch, when Tupac was murdered, was on he covered it. And there was a very memorable show when Corrupt, we all looked up to Corrupt. Before Corrupt and the drugs and alcohol, Corrupt was an intellectual like Pac. And Pac was such an intellectual that he inspired other black men to be intellectuals, because Pac was raised by Afeni and Black Panthers. So Pac was an artist, but an intellectual. Blacks of the 90s in the streets, in the hood, didn't really have a familiarity with intellectualism until Tupac Shakur. His actual name is Tupac Shakur. We never extrapolate that that's not a rap moniker. It's a name given to him by his black national parents and the father who raised them, or stepfather. Tupac is an intellectual, not a fucking rapper, a fucking thespian, and an intellectual. He inspired that intellect amongst black men. I think that's what made him dangerous. But there was a great show with Corrupt, and he talking about the Reagan era. You know, Joel Santana, another intellectual from the hood. His album that never came out was the Reagan era. And in the interview, this famous interview with Tavis Smiley, Corrupt talked about the Reagan era or reaction era rapper versus the rapper before, and how the Reagan era influenced hip hop and Negro culture. Tavis Smiley, Corrupt, great show. And then if you listen to this, you can understand why they attacked Tavis Smiley. And some of you listening don't even know who I'm talking about, or the Tony Robinson you talking about. Is it Tony Robinson or Tony Morris? Who's the black guy? I am the older end of Gen Z, so I wasn't growing up at the time until my teens. I love the wisdom of the 80s and 90s. Yeah, I'm older Gen Z too. I'm older Gen Z. That's why I bring up, I graduated high school in 1993. I graduated high school in 1993. I was 16 though. I graduated early. It was Tony Robinson was the black dude on PBS. Okay. Tony Robinson was the black dude on PBS. So I watched him, and I watched Tavis Smiley on, because Tavis Smiley, if you know, was another great show. Tavis Smiley and Prince. Tavis Smiley had Prince on the show, and this is when I was in Hotep, and Prince was doing Hotep. Prince was Jehovah's Witness. I didn't know that. My family is Jehovah's Witness. And Prince was talking to Tavis Smiley. I'm 27. Yeah, you young. I got kids older than you. So Prince was talking to Tavis Smiley. So you might not know about this. Tavis Smiley was a racist fool. Tavis Smiley was not racist. So Prince was talking to Tavis Smiley about what he learned from Dick Gregory. And Dick Gregory would go to Hollywood parties and educate blacks on black history. So one of the conversations Tavis Smiley was having, Prince had with, is that what I learned from Dick Gregory is that George Washington wasn't the first president. And Tavis Smiley was like, what? Yeah, a lot of blacks don't know. The first president was black. And there were 8 presidents before George Washington. And they were all black. And I'm like, what? So so to be short and sweet about it, the documents that we all know is the Bill of Rights and the Constitution weren't created in the same year. Now it's funny, in school they teach you have to learn 1776. You have to learn when was the Bill of Rights created, when was the Constitution created. But you never trip off the fact that there were several years in between those documents. And in between there had to be a leader of the country. And so the first president was a black man. George Washington was a general, and George Washington was working against America, and he was communicating with the king. And the king almost flipped George Washington. And the black man who was forced to become president, the black man who was president, he was a soldier in the Civil War. That's why his constituents in the Senate forced him to become president. He didn't want to be president, but he was a war hero. So they made him be president, and he figured out how to pay George Washington and the soldiers, because George Washington, General George Washington, are you listening? General George Washington and the soldiers were about to rebel and go back to Europe. And the king was working on getting George to go back. And the black president at the time made an agreement with George Washington and paid him off. George Washington later became the president. I learned this from Prince. I just talked to you before hours about how good I know American history, and I learned that George Washington wasn't the first president from Prince. I learned this from Prince. Prince learned it from Dick Gregory. The comedian, he wrote a book called Nigger. It's a great book. I read it when I was incarcerated. Dick Gregory, the famous comedian, wrote a book called Nigger. It's a great book. Read it. I read it when I was incarcerated. Dick Gregory taught this to Prince. Prince taught it to me and Tavis Smiley. Is the blockade working? The blockade is working strong, including China got turned around. But yeah, I learned that from Prince. There were 8 presidents before. Let's look it up right now. Let's look it up. The years between the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. Anybody want to put in the chat? Bill of Rights date versus Constitution date. Anybody want to look it up? We should know this stuff. So Constitution was signed in 1787, ratified in 1788. The Bill of Rights, first 10 amendments, was ratified later, becoming law December 5th in 1791. That's like 10 years apart. Before we had both documents, it was 10 years apart. Why the delay? Anti-federalists refused to ratify the Constitution without a guarantee of protected rights. Force and proponents promised a Bill of Rights immediately after. I'm looking it up right now. Double tap hit the like button. The rumor you are referring to centers on John Hanson, a Revolutionary War leader who served as the first president of the United States in Congress assembled under the Articles of the Confederation 1781-1782. While his historical figure precedes George Washington, the claim that he was black is widespread modern myth. The root of the rumor, the confusion stems from the existence of 2 different men named John Hanson in Maryland, a white state. So now they trying to say it wasn't a black man. But there were many presidents before George Washington. This is why you got to kill Prince. This is why you got to kill Prince. And Dick Gregory, all this shit. So when the truth, so people, they could change. And this is just like when books were invented and African people used to tell stories, and you had Egyptian hieroglyphics, and the white man come with books and say, well, the shit that you said is not true. And you didn't really invent that because I'm a white man and I wrote it down in this book in English. So I'm going to take credit and say I invented it. Just like earlier, Rashida was talking about the men who invented algebra, and then the Europeans stole it. They did the same thing in Alexandria with the mystery schools. So while George Washington was the first president elected under the U.S. Constitution, there were 14 men who held the title of president before him. The U.S. Constitution, so there were 14 men that held the title before him. And a lot of people don't know this. The leaders did not have the executive powers the presidents have today. Their role was largely to preside over meetings in Congress. And at the time, you only held the office for 1 year. You didn't have this 4 years and 8 years as president. You only held the office for 1 year. So presidents of the Continental Congress, 1774 to 1781, Peyton Randolph, Henry Middleton, John Hancock, famous for signing the Declaration of Independence, Henry Lawrence, John Jay, Samuel Huntington, Thomas McKean. And then These 8 men served under the Articles of the Confederation. John Hanson is often noted as the first in this group to serve for more than 1 year term. John Hanson, Elias, Thomas Mifflin, Richard Henry, John Hancock, NATO. Key differences in roles. So just a little background. Just a little background on the American history. So I was just sharing that with you guys. That was fun. Thank God for strong leadership under President Trump. Amen. Thomas Jefferson had a lot more influence past the Declaration. Yep. I have found books where authors have wrote about things that during those times period that those authors were alive should not have existed. But amen. Amen. Remember, they said George Washington invented gravity because an apple fell on his head. Remember that cartoon when we were kids? And an old boy invented electricity, flying a kite with a key. What's his name? From Philadelphia. What's his name? I forget his name. Ben Franklin invented electricity, flying a kite with a key. So, I love you guys. Good night.